I have been attempting to organize my thoughts of the auction night. I'm sure there is much to see that I missed, hidden in the details. Alas, my memories remain fixed on the victim, on Tarek Elham, specifically the moment I spoke to him in the bathroom, except in my mind, when I revisit the scene, he's already dead. It is difficult to push that visual from my mind and focus on anything else, and that is undoubtedly deliberate. There are many ways to kill a man, there are many ways to make a point, and there are many justifications for doing so. The scene of Tarek Elham's death is where those facts seem to converge. There will be no solving one without the other, and there will be no solving anything if I can't come to terms with the facts at hand. Tarek Elham is dead. Rather, there was a scene made of Tarek Elham's death. At the time of his death, or shortly before, he seemed unwell, tired, and irritable. There was an attack on the auction hall simultaneously, and most recently we've learnt that there were items stolen from the warehouse basement too. And so we must beg the question, who would serve to gain from the public death of Tarek Elham? Here's what we know. Firstly, the Order of the Emerald Claw. Damon made us aware of their presence, marked by an emblem on Stanislav Dragovich's greatsword. They are a Blood of Vol pro-military extremist group since outlawed by Karnath. They were responsible for the assassination of the Queen of Syria, Mishan, at the onset of the war 100 years ago. Queen Mishan was loosely represented in Tarek Elham's play as the princess. The princess died gruesomely. Tarek, also a symbol of Syrian resistance, died gruesomely. Potato, it appears we have a through line. It's easy to pin it on the Blood of Vol extremists when the auction hall was also attacked by undead. Tarek argued with Stanislav about the war only an hour or so before his death. Could his death simply be the upholding of the warmonger's legacy? Maybe. It certainly is in line with their methods. Even going so far as to mount his body on Aryl's statue, not just another dead Syrian, but a sea dragon's boyfriend killed by a Thurani, the sort of discontent that could challenge the very alliance that this event served to secure. Imagine, another schism for Baron Eli de Thurani. But I did not ask who was responsible for the scene, I asked who serves to gain. Sir Edmund Beckett sent a letter to Tarek Elham requesting that his opera be shown at Shan. Tarek denied, turned down the money in favor of his own integrity. Shortly after, Edmund Beckett sent letters to the play's leading actress, Lydia de Thurani. Already, this seemed like a ploy to have the opera shown in Shan despite the author's wishes, but now that he's dead, it seems even more nefarious. To have such a politically charged opera now accompanied by what appears to be a matching politically charged murder? Lucky that theatre seats are not so easily filled by controversy, otherwise this might begin to seem like a motive. The value of Tarek's life will increase with his death. Death feeds the machine, makes the money, turns the gears, churns the blood, makes the money, turns the gears, spills the blood, makes the money, grips the masses who pay the money to turn the gears, to spill the blood, and the machine does what it's good at, what it's designed for. But why stop there? The undead were dressed in the colors of dire sharks, rivals of the sea dragons. They honed in on High Prince Raga and his valiant crew. Zombies dressed as dire sharks launch an attack on the auction hall, intent to kill High Prince Raga. Why, an attempt on a prince's life? That would be the basis for war, wouldn't it? Even if it is tacky and no one worth their salt believes that the dire sharks would try something like this, whoever's behind the attack made the point to create a spectacle, and there's power in spectacle. The pirates know that. The inevitability of bloodshed, and who profits from this inevitability? Vultures, like Warfred and his Aurum, Edmund and his ilk, who wear pins, by the way, in the shape of the tragedy mask that N recognizes as a symbol of being a snapdragon. All those that benefit from the machine churning along as it always has, to the delight of the fine people like those at the Order of the Emerald... Oh. Emerald... Hand of... Forgotten love wields its sword in despair, clutched by hand of green that bows to the legacy of the 13th mark. Aggie... I need to narrow my scope. Let's recalibrate. 5 people are dead. Mostly staff, including N's friend, Tassie. Among the dead is Tarek Elham. The papers have yet to share the grisly details. Outcomes will change according to what the news begins to spread. That is, after all, how we learnt about the death of Kay Kelson to begin with. Damon spoke on my behalf to the port authorities and told only what was necessary, and Luca shared everything possible. Either way, Brina Medani, the half-elf detective who was briefly tailing N at the auction, is now speaking with Damon for his expert opinion. And in this, all of this, are opportunities. We are stuck in Regalport until further notice, but that means that all the pieces are stuck here with us. What's done is done. Can't be undone. But it can be solved. And that, too, is inevitable.
We pick up late at night on the 19th of Dravago, slightly before we last left off. Our trio is supposed to be asleep in their beds. In the hotel room of the Gold Dragon. Luca is asleep, at least. What about the other two?
No, En's not asleep. En is wide awake, though, due to their special vision. They don't have any lights on as they scratch away in one of their pocketbooks. Scrape of the pencil is probably particularly audible to sensitive ears in the silence of the bedroom.
I think N will be visited by a little whirring noise. It's fish dog has been sent over to you, or rather is at your bed.
Oh. And looks at it. Looks at Willow.
I think Willow is looking at the ceiling, like hands interlaced over their stomach. And like, I imagine Luca's bed is between us two.
Yeah, I believe that was our arrangement.
Yeah.
Was En closest to the door and Luca in the middle?
And Willow near the window, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Fishdog has just climbed that mountain and is appearing at, and I think Fishdog will do a little swish and then kind of make, I imagine one of its fins, like both of its fins tucked behind its back, and it briefly looks to be making this symbol of like a speech bubble.
Mm-hmm.
And then flies back to Willow.
All right, and we'll open message then. You still awake?
I am.
Something on your
And you?
mind? Evidently.
I think Fishdog is just doing a little just spinning around the room now that it's successfully delivered that message.
So proud of itself.
Slowly spinning, like a little idle kind of traveling around the room. Yeah, after a pause, Willow will, now that the channel is open. I've been thinking.
Mm-hmm.
Did Audrey want to meet Brina Medani?
Mita Medani, huh? Well, from what I understand, I'm already pretty popular with our local head of Medani.
Willow nods. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, it's funny. Most of my life, I feel like I've been told to just avoid Medani's attention. And here I am, being followed around a gallery. Not exactly my favorite spotlight to be in.
Unfortunately, it's already on you,
Yeah.
so I suppose you could use it to your advantage.
Yes, if I could just skip town, I'd probably be thinking more along those lines about now, but for numerous reasons, I'm stuck here. And I would really rather, shrink the amount of unpleasant surprises that could fall in my lap these days. All that is to say, yeah, I think we're thinking the same thing.
Willow nods. I feel like you don't, they obviously don't say anything, but you can hear that they're nodded.
Mhm.
Maybe. Or not, doesn't really matter.
I think En's peering over at you, and En can see in the dark, so...
Yeah.
See the slight bob of Willow's chin.
You've already introduced Audrey as a paranormal investigator.
Who's interested
You can
in
cash that
theater,
check.
as I recall.
Mm-hmm.
She is primed and ready for such an investigation. And I would really like to know why I was being followed, if it was truly because of my little show at the office to try and learn about Kelson, or if there's something else going on.
Either way, they have significant information, and until we can approach your targets safely, might be good to have them on our side.
I'd certainly like to get my claws in Brina before Edmund does.
If you can.
It's not out of the question. Medani can be a tool for the powerful. But not solely. It's not all Medani is, so... there's a chance.
Miller shrugs. They very much have the energy of like they've stated their case. They're not going to push it. They're just going to leave it with you to think about.
Well, first things first. Gonna have to track her down.
We've done it once.
Just go out for a walk and see what I can't catch.
With any luck, she's following you already.
Yeah.
Just be a matter of turning around at the correct moment.
Yeah. Favorite.
Shall we cut there?
I was considering. Willow is considering saying something. I just don't know if the end's vibe is. Maybe we'll cut there.
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry.
There's a slight pause, and then Willow rolls over to go to sleep.
Oh, okay, wait. I do want to say something.
And goes back to writing or scribbling in their pocketbook.
Oh God, okay, Willow will say it. Sorry, unless I have to roll for this. Similar kind of thing to the thing I rolled for in the Star Touch Wonder.
You tell me.
I don't know. Willow's struggling with it in the same way. I think I had to roll, was it a charisma saving throw? In my dreamscape? To try and force myself to say something that is tense?
I feel like this is different. You could roll to do this, or you could just say it. Depends on what you think is more appropriate.
Willow will say it. Ah! Okay. Fish Dog's gonna float back over to N. Sort of like an indication to... Willow's just gonna say, in your brain, presumably the channel is still open, and we'll keep an eye on the papers.
All right.
I don't want to ask why.
No, because N doesn't work that way.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
Willow's going to say it. Willow doesn't say it.
And just imagine an expression. Willow is like facing the window, sleeping on their side, and like gives himself a face like
It's so hard to speak.
it is.
And peers over at Willow because they sense Willow seems uncomfortable.
Yeah, there's some shuffling. Some ear flicks.
In case Is it possible to stutter over message?
It's
Yes.
a thought, so
Okay. Yep. Okay.
You have to think about speaking to send a message. It's not just like passive telepathy or anything like
That's
that.
something
so,
else.
Yes, you.
Yep. Well, then you hear a kind of strained, in case there is any more news about the victims.
Yeah, we'll see.
And that's where we cut.
Yep.
Loud clinking noises. All right. So, next morning, 20th of Dravago. You guys are having a quiet breakfast together with Damon in the hotel restaurant. They do a little breakfast buffet thing. Bread and jam and cheese and so on. Breakfast is interrupted. Somebody approaches, one of the hotel staff approaches Damon and says that there is somebody at the front desk to see him from the Port Authority. He gets up and goes, and I'm assuming all of you, like, just follow at a slight distance, poking your heads around the corner to eavesdrop.
Yeah, essentially. Just
I was gonna outright say, should I come with you? I'm your bodyguard. You know?
And Damon's like, no, I'm sure it's fine. This is a really public place.
Well, I'll be here if you need me. And give him a fist. Like, I will fight for you if you need me to.
Oh my God. I'm so
Noted.
keenly imagining. So when Damon like steps out of line of sight, we all look at each other and like quickly shovel down the rest of our breakfast and then like follow.
Yeah.
yeah. The clinking
Like
of
kids
plates.
eavesdropping on their parents.
Damon didn't finish his breakfast. He assumed he would be able to return to it. So,
Well, we don't live like
there's
that.
Put fish dog on the table to guard the breakfast while we wander away.
Absolutely not. Oh wait, I'm
What's the
Cognaut.
word?
I can't eat. Oh wait,
Yeah.
are we upstairs in our own room?
No, you were downstairs.
God
You can
damn it.
sneak food under your mask if you would
Just
like.
sit beyond Damon within like eye shot of the rest of the
If I
restaurant.
shovel my food into my mouth, Willow has to like swivel, go under the table, and shovel scrambled egg into their mouth.
Why aren't we just sitting in like a corner that's kind of obscured?
No, because it's funny.
Willow is hidden by Luca and Damon's girth.
Anyway,
But let's go.
so, in the reception hall of the hotel, Detective Brina de Medani is there to talk to him. Mr. Ardentago, thanks for seeing us. I just want to ask you a few questions. You're from Zendrick, right? You specialize in those old artifacts? Damon says, yeah, that is what I'm known for. Well, interesting thing. I'd like to ask your expertise on the matter. You see, during the events going on at the Grand Auction Hall the other night, it turns out a few things were stolen from the warehouse underneath. A set of artifacts from Zendrick. Damon's face goes from polite confusion to carefully neutral. I see. Well, ask away, Detective. I'll tell you what I can. Detective Brenus gives him the smile. That's great. She rummages in her coat pocket and produces up a folded sheet of paper. Here, I got the inventory ticket copied down. It says it was a set of ceremonial garments made out of gold and petrified darkwood. Presumed ancient elven origin. There was a dagger, a beaded headdress, and a set of bangles. Mind if I have a look at that? Damon asks. Oh, sure. Rena hands over the paper. Damon reads over it for a minute. make anything of it? She asks, leadingly. Not from personal experience. Sorry. Damon gives her an apologetic smile. What was your question, detective? Well...
Can we insight check him to see if he's lying?
Sure.
Why
And
not?
can I
Damn it.
can I insight
Oh.
check her to see if this is all that this is about?
Yeah.
Sure.
Oh.
There we go.
$19.
Oh my. Okay.
What?
So N gets a 12 and Willow gets a 19. Well, she is on, and you see that, like, she's not here to arrest Damon at the very least. She is literally just asking questions.
Good start.
Willow, you sense that this might be a setup to something else, but she is also asking these questions genuinely.
Yeah.
The conversation continues. Rena says, well, can you think of any reason why someone would steal it? Damon replies, says here was solid gold. Seems reason enough for a thief. Maybe so. But see, these items were pretty deep in the stacks and in a closed case. Not the type of thing you'd go for in a smash and grab situation. Plus, the security system didn't get tripped when they were taken. Huh, says Damon. Rena continues. Only discovered that it was missing because Mr. Canterton, the owner of the place, insisted on a full inventory check. Very fastidious man. I tell ya, very few people would check for theft in the wake of an armed attack, and a very public murder. Everyone has their own priorities, says Damon. He flips the paper. It doesn't say if the items were enchanted in any way. You don't have a picture of them anywhere. Oh, silly me, I knew I was forgetting something. Here, one of the clerks had a sketch. Damon looks at the sketch.
Can we see it? Or are we too far away?
I think Damon cheats the paper so that you guys can actually see
He
it.
knows that.
Of
Thanks,
course he knows
buddy.
you're there. Make perception checks.
Yes, sir.
Roll 20 is having an issue on my end.
Oh. 13.
Oh, okay. 16 for N, 13
Guys!
for Sarah, for Luca, and 23 for Willow.
Okay, so the graphite is a bit smudged, but it is clear that the items were very old. The most recognizable feature of the design is that there are stylized skulls on them. Willow, roll a history check.
16.
What number is that? Okay, 16. You think there might be Elven script or like Aeronal script on it, but it's hard to read from this distance. But it looks like that kind of the style of characters.
Anything to be gleaned from the fact that they are skulls?
This is not your field of expertise, I'm afraid.
It's okay.
I'm going to continue.
Yes.
So,
Mhm.
Damon furrows his brows as he looks at the sketch. Can't say for sure without the objects in front of me, but they look to be pre-Aeronal elven ritual items. Plenty old, and like I said, solid gold, so plenty valuable. What kind of ritual are we talking here? Sacrifice, solstice, weddings? Damon replies with, that's hard to say for sure, but I'd guess funerary. Your clerk managed to copy the glyph on the handle of the dagger pretty badly, but I reckon that's the old word for soul, though they've kind of spelled it like salad. Oh, huh. That's interesting. Very interesting. Damon gives her back the pages. Is that all, Detective? Yeah, that should be all. Thanks again for your time. Much obliged, Mr. Ardantego. She tucks the pages away and starts to head out.
All right.
Can I use a detect magic as well?
I was gonna say if we can insert into like the middle of that conversation, and probably would have asked Damon to assess Brina for magic items with the awakened mind, like when there was a lull in the conversation, and speaking into Damon's mind isn't gonna make him trip up.
Nope.
Yeah. And also, like, towards the end of the conversation, in case she can detect that he's detecting. So, like, before. I feel like Willow and N kind of on the same page of, like, tapping idle gestures. Points to necklace, points to Brina.
Yeah. She starts to head out and then pivots on her heel and says, oh, just one more thing. And Damon says, yeah. Brina says, you were with some of your staff at the auction hall. I think one of the fellows there said that he was a Blood of Vol initiate. Had an argument with a guy who made a scene. Damon says, yeah, my bodyguard. He is staying at the hotel here. And Brina says, oh, that's all right. I figured I'd ask. You'll let them know where to reach me at my office. In case they remember anything pertinent, right? And she hands him a little business card. And Damon says, sure, will do.
Willow looks plainly at N because of their little conversation the night before. How
Yeah.
do we find Brina Medani? And
Yeah.
Willow just, like, looks
Yep.
at you, looks back. I also think Willow would have gently sort of pushed Luca back. Like, if he was standing in the way where his head was poking out, it would have been just, like, sort of softly push him behind the houseplant kind of vibe. Like,
Make a group stealth check.
oh, shit.
My favorite. I'm so good at these.
He's so big.
Oh, 13.
Okay.
Not too bad.
Good. I can't
7.
see if Brina Medani
14.
rolled anything.
She
did,
rolled a 21.
21.
And I think the 7 is okay, because I think N is like in bullet time trying to figure out if they're going to step out now or not. So they're kind of not hiding themselves very well anyway.
And by extension, I think we're all just kind of lumped around you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Willow tries to push Luca back, and Luca looks down, unmoving, like, what? What's wrong? So they're all just sticking out.
Yeah, I think N.
You guys make eye contact.
Yeah, N is already looking at Brina, but posed very casually, not like they were hiding. It's like, this is the most normal thing in the world to be standing here right now.
Just imagining all of us aware that we got busted and like the idle gestures that we do instead of
I feel
looking
like
we were eavesdropping.
I feel like Willow and Luca specifically have the quote-unquote act casual, and it really contrasts with how N actually looks acting casual.
Yeah,
Make a
because you
deception
imagine Willow
check,
looking
Anne.
at their nails.
You guys make me look worse.
Yeah. Hey, come on now.
Perception check?
Imagine Willow's looking at their nails despite the
Deception.
fact they don't have any. They're a warforged. Oh yeah!
I'll just smile and wave. That's my go-to.
Okay.
And we'll nod at her. Should I approach her now or not, in Meta? How's she looking? Does she look busy?
not-
Of
Are
course
you
she's busy.
ordified?
No, but she was following
She's
Anne.
got,
Okay.
she's got time.
Willow's going to sort of, while they are looking at their robot nails that don't exist, they are going to sort of swivel and nod to N in the sense of
Get a
it's about
girl.
time as any. But I think, can I tap my head? Talk to me mentally.
Yeah.
I think this is in bullet time. I don't think you have the opportunity to do that.
She's looking at us, we're looking at her.
It is the
Prolonged
look
eye
of
contact.
as good a time as any, with a little shrug.
Yeah.
Fortune
Cool.
favors and all that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fucking Riger ringing in my head for multiple reasons right now.
Hey, Barra said it first.
It's all connected.
I know.
Yeah, so did she like see us on the way out the door? Like, where is she in vicinity to Damon? And has she stepped away from Damon, or are they still like together?
I think they're still like together. I think there's like a pause as like she hands Damon the business card. You guys are like looking at her, and then
Obvious.
she looks up, sees you.
Leaking out of the
There's
archway.
a moment. Yeah, there's a moment of like unmistakable eye contact. She's seen you. You've seen her. You both know that you're there.
Great, good.
Damon turns his head to look over his shoulder, and there's anybody who wants to can make an insight check on Damon.
Oh,
Sure, yeah.
Give it to me. Oh my god.
I'm distracted.
4, 6, 14.
Willow got the 14.
Yeah. Willow, you noticed the ever so slight droop of Damon's shoulders that imply that he is sighing under his breath. If you're not busy, detective, I could introduce them to you now.
Oh,
Damon has correctly read the conversation, so you guys have the opportunities to step up, and it is not weird.
Yeah, I think En's going to go ahead because they're not necessarily keen on all of us being questioned. So En will, at that invitation, go and step up with Damon. Yes, good morning,
we all have
detective.
to-
Good morning. Detective Pradina Medani. Afraid I don't think we've met before.
Mm-hmm. No, we haven't met face to face, have we? And gives her a smile. But I'm familiar with you.
Oh, see, my reputation precedes me.
It's a bit difficult to ignore when you're being followed around. And smiles again. You know, you didn't have to be so sneaky. You could have just come up and asked me.
Oh, I didn't have any questions at the time.
How about now?
She gives you a smile. I believe a little over a week ago you were at my office.
I don't remember that. What gives you that impression?
Well, a friend of mine saw you leave it.
Interesting. Do you remember what I was doing there?
Yeah, I believe you were asking after some poor schmuck down at the docks who had died of overdose.
You remember a story
Friend of
like that in the
yours?
papers. What gives you that impression?
Well, you said they were a friend of yours.
You're assuming it's me.
I know it was you.
They're in a city full of changelings. Something special stand out?
Oh, nothing like that.
You sure you have the right person?
Pretty sure. Anyway, why were you investigating that, supposed overdose?
Suppose it is the word. You learn something else about it that makes you think otherwise?
Well, there's no way of knowing for sure.
Yes. Well, I suppose the jig is up. And N is going to, like, pull out the tie in their hair and shake it out and change over to Audrey. Hair's gonna unfurl down her back and curl around her face. And she's going to give Rena a big smile and offer her hand.
Yeah. Brina accepts the handshake.
I'm also gonna do a slight insight check on her to see how she's vibing right now. 20.
Oh.
Ooh.
Like handshake, sharp Audrey eyes staring her down.
Okay. She seems impressed with you. And curious about you, but it's not like she is overly suspicious.
Cool.
In the sense of, like, she thinks you know something, but she doesn't know what that is yet. She doesn't necessarily think that you're guilty of anything other than, like, asking questions.
Good start.
Let it be known too that while Damon was like, I might as well meet the crew, I think Willow paused with Luca because we discussed this, that Willow was like, Audrey should meet Brina. So I think we've like sort of lingered a little further behind.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
to
has
let them have
taken
the conversation
point.
in yes, in semi-privacy kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah. Although I am listening.
Audrey Whistler.
So,
it's a pleasure to meet you.
pleasure to make your acquaintance. Pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Apologies for giving you the runaround. Just can't be too careful, you know?
Of course. So, what's your line of inquiry?
Well, I'm something of a, amateur detective myself, I suppose.
That's interesting.
I do a lot of traveling, I hear a lot of rumors, and some of them just pique my interest enough to look into. And, I would have to say I'm sorry, but I lied. Kilson was not my friend. However, there are some aspects about him that took my interest. I apologize for being not very forthright, but you know how it is.
Of course, of course. So, are you interested in being forthright now?
I think so, though I'm not sure I would necessarily do it in a old dragon lobby. If it's all the same to
Of
you,
course.
detective.
Of course, of course.
So if
How
I
about this?
might have your time, yes?
Well, you can make out an appointment to me.
She pulls out a little notepad.
When's a good time for you?
No, I'm free
clearly
all
know-
day.
Well, then. I do have a few more things to take care of
Of course.
around town, but How about you come make an appointment with me after lunch? That sound good?
Sounds wonderful. I'm excited.
Great. I'm sure.
Big smile.
She gives you a sort of squinty smile back.
Well then, until later, Miss Whistler.
Whistler it is. Until later, Medani. One more insight check for the road. Another 20!
Yeah.
Yes.
Nice. She intends on following up that that interview.
Cool. Well,
I will also say, you give me a deception or persuasion check, your choice.
I'll go persuasion. 20! Damn!
Yes. Look
Okay,
at you.
good.
20.
I'm in my
20.
element, baby!
Yep, this is what you are good at.
This is what I was made for.
Wow. Okay.
Maybe let's
We'll get
not
into
forget
that later.
that.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
I
So
was gonna spin around on her heel and flash a smile at Damon, and flash a smile at you two.
yeah.
Toss her hair.
It is not entirely clear from the little head tilt, but yeah, Willow's given a job well done kind of head tilt.
Yeah.
Behind the mask, there might even be a smirk.
Nice.
Am I in trouble?
Cool.
Oh no! I just
Oh wait, is that Sabrina?
Oh
I'm
no, that was
assuming
the
it
Willow.
was.
I didn't know
I
how
assumed
close
you
we
said
were.
that until Brina left. Are you?
Well,
If
it's
you,
unclear.
If you were audible, I wouldn't have said yes.
Were we within earshot?
Well, Damon gestured for you guys to come forward, and then only N sort of stepped forward.
Yeah.
Yeah,
thought
I
she
was
left,
wondering-
so I'm quiet.
Yeah, like,
In
and we were
which-
still hiding behind a wall.
No. We're
In
still
which
there.
case,
Oh,
you're
okay.
there. You were just like standing sort of off to the side.
In which case,
I
yes,
imagine you did
like,
a little wave of like, "Hi, we're here too," but
Yeah.
Audrey took point.
Yes.
Then I
for the
probably asked
conversation.
Willow if I'm in trouble, but Luca's a bit of an idiot. He might have said it loud enough for her to hear.
Okay.
Well, anyway, I'm gonna
Bring
say
a
that.
response.
I'm gonna say that it was like off to the side, so it's not that. I just assumed that Luca was asking Brina directly.
Yeah, he might. Honestly, do you think he might?
Oh.
I feel like he might. Yeah, he might. Yeah.
Yes.
Audrey
Show
just
and
drops
tell.
and Luca picks up the mic with his tail between his legs. Am I in trouble?
Yeah, pretty much.
Show and tell looking cool kid ass.
Yeah.
No, I just wanted to ask you a few questions. You a local around here? You go to I believe there's a Blood of Old temple in Regalport. You attend services there at all?
No, I have my own congregation in Salvage.
Alright, just visiting then. Okay.
Mhm.
And you'd never met that man Stanislav Dragovich, I believe his name was before.
No, just last night. The night before. Was it the night before? It was the 18th.
Okay.
Yes, the night before. Just on the night in question. Luca makes
All right.
sense.
Luca, give me a persuasion check.
Oh no.
Okay, you can be persuasive.
13.
That's good enough. She nods, and says,
Well, thank you for answering the question.
No worries. Is there anything I can help with? Or us?
I'll see what Miss Audrey Whistler says, and I'll let you know if I have any other questions.
Okay. Have a nice day.
Audrey does a little
You too.
bow.
Okay.
Can I do one more insight check on her just to see, or just to see what magic she might have on her? Oh, I should have used my detect magic, but I guess we deferred to Damon.
Yeah.
I did mention it before, but
we asked Damon to do it in the middle of the
Yeah.
conversation.
never mind, I guess. It feels weird to not do an insight check of my own, but I'm a team, I guess. I don't know.
I mean, you can still do that.
You can. Just see if anything comes up.
I will say, pinging detect magic now will be very obvious.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, it's okay. I won't
Okay.
let Damon Kate take that.
Okay. All right. So, she says her goodbyes, and the detective leaves. You guys watch as she goes, I'm assuming?
Yep.
As she exits the door, a piebald pigeon swoops onto her shoulder. And
A what pigeon?
A piebald pigeon, so it's blotched with
Piebald.
white.
Cute.
Oh.
And please make an intelligence check.
Okay.
Ooh,
This is
that's
testing your memory.
11?
nice. 11.
Well, the way that pigeon moves seems like it's probably a familiar.
Oh.
That would be an easy way to follow somebody, especially in a city.
Oh, yes. I see now. I think Audrey's smile, her smile broadens at that.
Cool. We end that scene there.
I think when she's gone, Anne changes back into Anne. Like an exhale. Deflates.
Willow will just casually say,
Well done.
Thanks.
Damon interjects, "What's that about an overdose that you were investigating?"
Right, Anne's gonna message this. They're not entirely comfortable saying it out loud.
Yeah, I imagine that it's like you're heading back to breakfast now.
Yeah.
Mm.
You recall the death at the birth, right? Eye trauma, Kelson?
Oh,
Reportedly, he died from an overdose, dream lily, all of that. The usual crap. But I'm unconvinced.
Damon pitches the bridge of his nose and goes, right.
insight checking you. Sorry.
Sure.
How dare you show emotions on me?
Illegal.
Okay.
Just kidding. I got an 8.
Did you actually know what she was talking about? The things that were stolen, or were you just lying?
Oh, I mean, like I said, not from personal experience. I've never seen the objects in question myself. But plenty of stuff comes out of Zendrick, and I'm familiar with some of it.
Okay.
What do the skulls mean?
Damon shrugs. They're
Dead.
skulls.
Her funeral, right?
That's what I
Funeral,
suspect,
right?
but
I guess skulls wouldn't necessarily be out of place for that kind of ceremony, but...
Mhm.
Who am I to stop at the obvious answer?
How much do you know about the elves of Erenol and so on?
How much do I know?
Roll a history check.
Everyone? Or just Dan?
Those of you who want to.
16.
I'm
Hey,
curious.
not bad for my history
Okay.
checks.
6. Never mind.
Also a 16.
Nice.
Okay.
Samesies.
These. So, Anne and Willow, you both know that the elves of Erenol practice a form of necromancy in which they venerate their ancestors so hard that they can create positively charged undead. Most undead draw from like the darkness of Mabar. When you talk about zombies and so on. But the undead of Erenol, the undying of Erenol, do not. It is powered more by faith than it is by the typical dark forces, which allows for certain quirks.
Lydia was speaking Aranese to that elven lady, yeah?
Yes, she was.
What? Yeah, I believe so.
With an accent, so she wasn't the most fluid in it, but
Hmm.
the older woman certainly was.
Hmm.
Aranese is the language spoken by both the elves of Erenol, like the main group of I guess you would say the majority group of elves in Erenol, but there's also a different culture called the Ternadal, which are
Yes,
the
I
ones
was
that
thinking.
those are the ones in Valinor. They are different.
Yeah.
They speak the same language, but they are different. And Erenol is also the island archipelago thingy, collection of islands that the is the homeland of elves. So
Does Damon have any insights on... I don't know if we should be playing it out or if he's going to share any of his insights on like what he detected on her, if anything.
Yeah, in terms of magic items or whatever.
Okay. Right. Well, Damon finishes up the conversation and says, well, the ancestor veneration and funeral rites had to start somewhere, so it's not that surprising that there would be some form of something in pre-Arenal artifacts.
Yeah. And seems to be in thought, like peering away and tapping their chin.
As for our lady detective, no, nothing out of the ordinary on her.
She does have a familiar.
Oh, you saw that, huh?
Yeah. And taps
Yeah.
their shoulder where they saw the pigeon perch.
Yeah. No. Clearly she's just good. Good at what she does.
She
At
is
least.
the head of the warding guild around here.
Yeah. Good luck at your appointment.
Thanks. Hopefully I
And
won't step in it.
Right. And we move forward in time a bit.
Yes.
So, Luca, you know to expect Seeker Elsa today because she sent a note yesterday that you received later on that she would be coming to visit you.
Yay!
Elsa!
Yeah. So, a little before noon, Elsa comes by, and you go and meet her downstairs.
Are the others coming?
Yeah, I'll
Their
come.
choice. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do we
They've probably
see
just been
Nano?
noodling with their mind map today, and they will.
A noodle.
There is like a, there is a pause every time they think when you mention Secret Elsa, like a thought has crossed their mind, but don't worry about it. They're just gonna follow you. Come say hi.
Do they have their face or their mask?
Mask before they can do
Okay.
any significant observable things.
Okay.
Okay. Seeker Elsa greets you.
I introduce Gil as Gil.
Seeker
Oh,
Elsa has
pleasure.
seen Cognate.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, pleasure to meet you.
Definitely haven't met them before.
Insight check.
Oh.
I will not contest this. It's you've met me. It's Cognate.
It's above a 10, so I feel like average success.
Yeah. I mean, Luca could lie, but will he?
No. Absolutely
Willow
not.
waves and probably takes off their hat in such a distinct way that I think Elsa could just tell.
Oh, I see. Well, I brought you and Anne a change of clothes. I thought that might be nice. And
Oh, thank you.
tell me what's going on.
It's
We
like
don't have
shoulders
to-
just a
we-
plane.
We don't have to play. We don't have to role play this out. But
Yeah.
what do you tell her?
I just give her like omitting the bits of N wanting to topple an entire house, you know. I'll just tell her everything.
I mean, she kind of knows that actually.
Well, Luca doesn't know.
Luca
that
doesn't
she
know.
knows.
No.
You know, while Luca is doing that, because we've already heard this before, can I do a history check on where I expect someone like Meraldine might be? Sorry, my mind's just wandering off while you're...
Willow just stares into space. And...
I think this would be just a straight intelligence check, not history.
Okay. I got 17.
Oh, sorry.
Good.
Not my bottle over.
Okay, so likely places that you could probably find Captain Meraldine on her ship, which is in harbor. You know that much. In the Sea Dragon's seat of power, which is the whole of the Port Authority, quote unquote, or at Tarek's apartment.
Which we know the address to.
Yes.
Yep.
Luca's just like
Literally.
staring into space, like thinking of 800 other things.
Yeah, I think N is like helping fill in details for Luca, but also really not talking about their own stuff at all.
Yeah.
Just kind of following up with whatever Luca's saying, but not adding any
Yeah.
additions other than if there's like blatant gaps. Luca has moved on to a different topic and not explained. Well, there are undead now. What's that about? But otherwise, yeah.
Feel free to ask her about the Order of the Emerald Claw, Luca, if that comes up. That might.
It
draw
might.
your
Sure it
attention
does.
back to the
Yeah.
conversation.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
I'm sure it does because you talk about the attack of the undead, and Seacal says like, "Oh no, that's horrible."
Actually, I think I'd bring
Or-
it up when talking about Dragovich.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
You say that like. How do you talk about Dragovich? Actually, I'm curious about how you word it.
Not for the laws of these lands, I would have killed a man.
Yeah. I would have said that he caused a scene and was very impolite, given the like tone of the event we were at. He was out of place and impolite, and he upset one of the artists that was there. And that I tried to talk him down, but I fear that I wasn't as stable or sturdy as I could have been. And I seemed quite annoyed at that.
Okay. How do you bring up that he is Emerald Claw?
How did Luca find out about it when we were discussing things with Damon, right?
And told Luca when we were discussing after, and spoke with Damon, and we touched upon it again when all three of us were talking about it the next morning.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think En did mention to you that it was a crest on Dragovich's sword.
Yes. Then I might actually just say that we noticed he had a crest on his sword, and who was it that figured it out? Damon. Damon mentioned that he belongs to the Order of the Emerald Claw.
I feel like you see Seeker Elsa grow concerned at that.
Oh no.
Oh,
Is
dear.
Is that bad for us?
Well, they certainly don't help our reputation, no.
Hmm.
They claim to be faithful to... They claim to be seekers of the divinity within, but their actions make it very obvious that they aren't.
Luca nods like, yeah, I can say that.
Perhaps the Order was once noble when it first began, but anything is corruptible, and certainly there was good reason to disband them towards the end of the war.
I give her like a questioning look, like, can you elaborate just in case someone doesn't know?
Which is to say, you don't know.
Yeah, me.
Just in case someone in the audience.
Yeah.
Says.
Just in
Also,
case
I'm
En
very-
doesn't know, you know.
I know, just in case. Yeah, I have tuned back into this conversation. It was like a shoom back into keen focus.
Let's see. Okay. So, Seeker Elsa briefly talks about how when Karnath adopted the Blood of Vol as its national religion, several chivalric orders were created. And the Order of the Emerald Claw was one of the ones that was formed by faithful of the Blood of Vol to serve as like basically a company of knights in the service of Karnath. They did a lot of things during the war, and were very influential to the point where, like, there was some tension within Karnath's military about how much influence the Order had.
Mm-hmm.
because this is still a courtly world with kings and so on.
Mm.
So they had quite a bit of political sway, in addition to like military prowess. They were very popular for a very long time, but they became increasingly erratic and several times disobeyed direct orders or performed actions that were outlawed within Karnath.
Mm-hmm.
Specifically, the killing of civilians to raise them as undead. That is
Oh, yeah.
that is a court-martial worthy crime. And though individuals responsible for those kinds of things were punished, it seemed that the order itself was like too far gone. They do say one bad apple spoils the bunch. And there's certainly more than one bad apple in there.
Whole tree is rotten.
Yeah. So the Regent Morana disbanded the order, commanded them basically to surrender their swords, and while those who could still be reasoned with did, or went elsewhere to join other orders, there were many that did not surrender and continued on perpetuating the order in secret outside of the law. Since the end of the war, she would have hoped that the Order of the Emerald Claw would have faded into more obscurity, but it seems like they are simply becoming more extreme.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody is satisfied with the way the war ended.
Imagine
some
they would
are-
have preferred it.
Yeah.
And with their victory specifically.
Yeah. This is why she is concerned.
You don't think this was an attempt to start conflict?
I don't know. I don't know. But I very much doubt that they had good intentions coming here. I would be careful.
We will.
And nods. They're thinking. Got their thinking face on, but they're listening.
Mm-hmm. Do you have any other questions about it that Seeker Elsa could help answer?
I have a question I might ask her when she's going.
Is there a
when
way we could
Luca's
figure
not
out
around.
where the undead came from? If we were able to have access to them?
I suppose so. You could examine the bodies and such.
Not my strong suit.
Well, you have decent medical training.
That's
You can at
supposedly...
very least, but you can at very least tell how long they've been dead for.
That's true.
And whether they were preserved or not.
Actually, Willow might ask about the nature of the summoning.
Yeah.
Yeah, Willow will probably mention.
I observed that they were summoned into the auction hall or otherwise already there, do you think you could shed some light on how that might happen?
Well, to create a zombie, you do need remains to form one, but they aren't necessarily always animate.
So they might have been animated at the time of the attack.
Yes. Well, the way you describe it, it sounds like it happened all very suddenly. So what could have happened is that they were previously animated but set into a dormant state that could be, I suppose, reignited, reinitiated.
So they lay dormant until active.
Yes, that is one option.
Just so Mim understands, can there be like a pile of bones? Like, can it be concealed under a seat, literally, like that? Or
Yeah.
is it like... Okay.
Though zombies imply fleshiness.
Yeah, so like, how do you conceal a zombie?
Yeah. I keep thinking about the
Magic
smell,
cloaking?
too.
Yeah.
There was a lot of illusion magic going on.
Mm-hmm.
Can illusion magic cover smell?
Yeah.
Okay. Can it... Okay. So they could have just like been... Well, I guess in the same way that the Thorani...
If you can make something
Assassins.
invisible, you can also make something unsmellable.
Undetectable would be the general word, yeah?
Yeah.
Does all of this imply someone with like a high level of magical ability?
Either that or many people working together.
Yeah.
Okay. Have you heard the name Veelia?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Why?
She was a woman at the auction. She too was faithful, but she seemed, look at Maker's face, a little less agreeable than others I've met.
He was also from Farlman, if that means anything to you, Seeker Elsa.
Oh, yes, well. Yes, I believe they have relatively different views in Farlan on death and undeath. It is... I believe the people of Farlan, especially the elves of Farlan, find that undeath is not quite as great a tragedy as others in the faith might feel.
For a reminder, being undead in the Blood of Vol faith, as Luca and Seeker Elsa practice it, is like you have made the ultimate sacrifice on becoming like a divine immortal being of life to help guide your fellow mortals for as long as you survive.
Read like people view it as being a martyr for helping the
Yes.
others. Yeah.
Yes, it is not something taken on lightly, and it is not something that you should want to do. If it is something that you do because you must. That it is seen as a duty if you undertake it.
And they're a bit more lax about that in Fallen?
Rather, it's not that it's more like they see it differently. Where in Farland it might be seen as an honor rather than a duty. It might be seen as more, as less of an issue. And again,
Yeah.
Farland is very far north,
Mm-hmm.
so it might be easier for some sentient undead to exist there comparatively to places where it's not, pitch dark for like 2 months out of the year.
Yeah.
So yeah. Different places have different views on subjects. The Blood of Vol is not a monolith
Yes.
in terms of beliefs. And it is also a relatively unstructured faith outside of Karnath.
Yeah.
Nobody in Blood of Vol is going to holy war anybody else for believing in a heresy.
Yeah. Okay.
So, Seeker Elsa is unsurprised that if Luca met somebody from Farland, especially an elf from Farland, that they would have different views on undeath.
Yeah.
And compared to their faith.
Yeah.
Mm. And might also ask to circle back to the Emerald Claw question, just if Elsa knows any other ways you might spot a follower, so to speak, of the Emerald Claw, aside from a obvious, emblem on their sword, if there's any other tells.
I don't know, but no, I'm afraid I wouldn't know that. But I imagine that their attitude does make it relatively easy to spot if one spends any time in conversation or observe certain actions.
Well, if they're all like Dragovich, yes, I imagine it won't be difficult.
He does seem to be rather
Obnoxious.
the type. I was going to say typical of his fellows.
Tactful as always.
Which is to say obstinate and willing to
Mean.
instigate violence.
Yes.
I think the conversation shifts unless you guys have anything else
No.
to ask.
If I have a question for her, it'll be when she's leaving.
Okay. The conversation shifts to more general topics. Seeker also offers you all hugs to those of you who are amenable to it.
Yes.
Yeah, and we'll give her a little side hug.
Yeah.
Will she persist if Willow stands kind of like at bay when it comes to hug time?
I think she makes a gesture to she offers it to Willow, but she doesn't force it.
Yeah, I think Willow would just kind of like politely wave. But stand, like, when you kind of position a chair between you because, damn, can't hug you. Looks like there is a table in the way that you could distinctly walk around. But yeah.
Yeah.
It is a nod of thanks for offering.
Yeah.
But no.
Yeah.
Yeah. Again, Seeker also always like offers and the option of a hug, a handshake, or like non-contact, but and has become comfortable enough to like give little side hugs.
Yeah, I feel like while pressed into her side, there's just this slight moment where their face kind of, I wouldn't say crumples, but just they look a little more weighted than they have been for the duration of the day, and it's gone by the time they pull away. So Elsa doesn't see it, and no one really sees it, but it's there.
Yeah. Elsa says, I hope you keep well, and I hope you're able to leave Regalport soon and come back home.
please keep me updated on anything that happens.
We will.
And if there's anything I can do to help, just let me know. Even if it is just bringing you extra sets of clothes.
Oh, did you bring my skincare?
Oh, yes, of course, yes.
Oh, thank you.
Clang-a-ling-ling of Luca's big old box of toner and serums.
The suitcase.
Yeah. Little makeup pouch, like the ones that you take on planes. Makeup bag.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Oh god, you're so relatable, Luca. It's upsetting.
I think Luca is lingering a little bit, like he wants to speak with Secret Elsa for a moment alone.
Damn,
I mean,
makes two of us. Well,
everyone take your posts then.
yeah, well, Willow will usher N away if that seems to be the case.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Want to ask something, but never mind.
I mean, Willow can try and catch her on her way out when she says goodbye to Luca, but
Yeah, I'll be
Yeah.
keeping an eye out for it.
okay.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you and Luca and Secret Elsa are able to have a moment alone.
And I kind of just gently take her hands and touch my forehead to hers. And just... I know it's silly, but I've been thinking what would have happened if I'd met someone like him before you.
Well, I imagine you wouldn't have joined the Blood of Vol.
Not in a way that I would want to. Kind of felt like looking at myself as I could have been. It's frightening.
I think the fact that you were repulsed by that kind of behavior means that you know the path that you are on and is right for you.
I mean, now
It can
though.
be scary to look upon potential futures that we do not like, or potential pasts, and would have destroyed us. But think about it this way. The way you react to something on a second thought shows how you truly feel about it. I believe that the goodness within you was always there. And now you've had the chance to nurture it. It can take a long time to rid yourself of the poisons of war and grief. You were saying?
Do you think when I go back, people will be expecting someone like him?
Secret Elsa sort of sighs. I don't know, Luca. But regardless of what people expect, you are yourself, and you are the path that you have chosen.
I know this. It's just reassuring to hear it from you.
And you are welcome to ask for my reassurance whenever you need it.
She gives you a squeeze.
I would give her a squeeze back. Little one that, like, I pick her off the floor slightly. Big hug.
Aw.
Big little squeeze.
Yeah.
Goes, whoopsie daisy.
Aw.
Sorry.
I had to come see you for one of those.
It's nice. I miss it. I miss holding you.
I miss having you around too. But I'm glad you're keeping well. I'm glad you're keeping your friends well too. She gives you a pat.
I'm trying. I'm trying. I nod like, yeah, that's good. I'm trying.
Well, I'd better get going, otherwise I'll miss the ferry.
Yes. Do you want me to walk with you? Or
Oh, it's all right. I can make my way around. I was planning on picking up a few things on my way out anyway, since
You
I'm
don't
in
want me-
town.
to lug them around for you?
Well, then how would I get them back home if I was carrying too much?
Oh. Okay.
She
You're right.
gives you a friendly pinch on the cheek. Like, don't be a worrywart.
Okay.
I'll be
I think
fine. I
this-
just don't want to make myself run.
Okay. All right.
I think while Luca get like that little background shot of the hug with the giggle, Willow's going to say to N, I for some reason I'm imagining us at a buffet, like helping ourselves to tea or something. Like, you know how hotels have like buffet tables between
Sure.
things, like, or like what's the word? Complimentary tea tables where you just kind of fill a
Yeah.
up or something. Yeah, I imagine
Yeah.
we're there at the free food because we're Willow and N.
Yeah, yeah, that's
and
you know where to find us.
yeah, next
Yeah.
to the bread rolls. And Willow, to mention, kind of like without having said anything earlier,
It may be an idea for Luca to attend the Blood of All Temple.
You would fit in there better than either of us.
Though it does pose its risks.
Yeah, so maybe he should have a friend waiting for him outside in case he gets into a sword fight in the temple.
Willow
You
kind
know.
of peers over this shoulder.
You know how Luca is, and just rambling on playfully.
There's a
Luca and Elsa are saying their goodbyes.
One moment.
Willow's going to tag only when it's clear that Luca is like heading back to them.
Yeah.
Duck past them and sort of jog over to seek Elsa as she leaves the
Yeah.
front door. If you guys have finished saying your goodbyes.
Yeah.
Sika,
Yes?
I have a question for you.
Yes. What is it?
Willow dies.
No, okay. I think the problem is too, Willow sees Secret Elsa alone without Luca heading back, and their question changes. I don't know if it's clear to Secret Elsa, but you guys can know. A moment of hesitation has allowed them to change their question, and they're going to backpedal.
Coward.
Yep, that's what they call me. And
Back, take it back.
If you wouldn't mind, just if you pass the dry docks, letting Bruno know that I won't be back for a few days.
Oh, yes, I informed him when I got the letter.
Ah, thank you. Then that's all.
I believe he's keeping a good eye on your workshop.
Good.
Willow gives a kind of like, that made them uncomfortable, the fact that their workshop is brought up when they are currently not going by Willow from salvage. They just like made them fidget.
Good. Good. Well, have a safe trip home.
You too. Sorry. Have a good day.
I understand. Thank you.
She waves goodbye and leaves.
Willow rolls their eyes to them, like they stand there for a bit, roll their eyes to themselves, and then like trudge back to the group. They didn't say the thing. They didn't ask the thing that they were going to, but they had a reason.
What were they
so
going to
why not?
ask? What were they going to
Nothing.
ask?
I might ask someone else later.
Oh, I hate you.
Just not Elsa.
I hate you.
Maybe I'm protecting your grandma, bro.
Oh, tell me. I'm good with questions.
Willow's just gonna head back to you guys.
I think Anne might have extended, while Willow was doing that, might have extended the question to Luca about visiting the Blood of All Temple.
Thank
And-
you, that's what I was hoping you'd do.
Yeah. While drinking their tea, just brings it up. Casually.
Luca pretends to steal N's tea and drink it himself.
You just take it out of my hand?
Yeah.
I'm just imagining like Luca holding it like taller than N is. And N's
God.
tries to grab at it as it's being lifted just directly upwards out of N's grasp. Like stealing from a toddler. That this toddler looks ready to kick you in the shins.
Oh no, gosh, no. His shins are so unprotected.
And I
Whose fault
imagine
is that?
like when I come back, you guys like it's clear that N has mentioned, or at least raised the possibility that you guys are going to the Blood of All Temple.
Mm-hmm.
And then so Willow is going to tune back into the conversation as if that has been decided, and say,
Then it appears we all have our afternoons cut out for us.
So it would
Well-
seem.
Pre-evening. Pre-evening? Yeah. On my part.
Oh, there's something special about the evening?
Well, sundown. I suppose I could go earlier and ask around, but there will be more people at sundown.
Yes, and hopefully, assuming nothing unforeseen happens, I will be able to attend.
Did you want me to come with you to see Miss Medani?
It's alright.
Willow, what oh, who's Willow? Gil? Who? Sips the drink that I'm not holding anymore.
Are you sure you want to attend the Medani Guild?
Well, like, if they can see right through me, then I don't even need to pretend. So,
Maybe it would be better if you insist on coming with me for you to wait elsewhere. I promise you I will set the Warning Guild on fire if I need help.
okay. I'll keep my nose out then.
Signal flare. And it's gonna do a little, like, point of finger guns like they've seen Willow do with their magic missile. And, like, pretend to shoot at the sky.
yeah, Willow, with your... Maybe I'll just burn down the detective agency
I
to
think
lure you
Anne-
guys close. Willow's like...
I think Anne
you
would
can
have
see
said
the
that.
flat expression.
In their head. Like, I believe Anne would have said that in Luca's head, because Anne's not the
Oh,
one
okay,
to
good.
say that kind of stuff out loud. You
Yeah,
can assume
sounds
if
like
Anne
a
starts
gunboat.
saying very incriminating shit, they have switched over to mind.
Yeah.
Luca
Fair.
does little finger gun back then, and it, like, pew.
Yeah. Well, Willow's going to say,
I'm going to the Gilded Brush.
Alright,
Would you like me to accompany you?
No.
Okay.
you went there before, right?
Mm.
Got a lead you're gonna follow up on?
Mr. Bartosz.
Ah.
That was the mean elf man? Dwarf man?
Not mean. Middle
Oh.
of the road.
Hmm.
Everyone who's not nice is mean.
Oh.
You're both very mean, so.
I know, Luca. You certainly seemed opinionated for being someone with no opinion.
Willow shrugs.
Well, hopefully that is a fruitful expedition.
Do you think he'll still be painting?
Period?
Was that the...
Luca seems like he's having trouble saying Elhelm's name.
I don't think Luca knows. That
Didn't you
sorry,
share
that
that
painting was
information?
finished.
Oh.
It was a finished painting.
Oh. Okay. I misunderstood.
Also, you don't know that it was Warfred who did it.
Yeah, we don't know yet. There was a speculation from Willow.
Oh.
It was more so that they might have met during that time. It doesn't mean that Warfred painted the portrait. That's what Willow's hoping to
Yeah.
find out.
See, Luca misunderstood. I apologize.
Luca jumped to a conclusion.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be the first time, Resurrection Boy.
I should stop doing that.
You'll learn.
And okay, Willow might offer a quick thought, because I think it's clear that they're going to like peel off at this stage.
And in case I don't make it back before you go to your service,
You're not
don't
coming?
worry.
Oh. Thank you. I will.
I
But
have no confidence that Luca absorbed that the way Willow was meant to, but they don't know how to, so whatever.
you know, there's the people there should be nice.
I don't even know where to begin with this.
We're
Willow's
just
staring at
smiling empty-headed at you, like, yeah, that would be nice.
I think Willow's going to glance at N. Willow is bolstered by the fact that N is going with you, and then Willow will just gesture at Luca's anchor, the one that was made for him, and say,
Don't forget that you have that at your disposal. Whatever happens.
and
smile, nod,
nods.
and begin to head out.
Have a fruitful day.
You as well.
So, who do we want to follow first? Willow going to the Gilded Brush? Or Audrey going to House Medani? Or anything else?
Play rollies, just because we don't get to do that very often.
Sure, roll initiative.
Inish. Get into a fight on the way there.
Am I doing anything during the... No.
You tell me.
I can't think of anything I would do. I'm more interested in speaking to people at the temple.
Yeah, in which case you are just...
You would tag along with the
Yeah.
M. And
You're
maybe
yeah.
peruse like a Sephora or something if there's one way up nearby.
Sure, whatever.
Oh my god, actually.
Yeah?
Yeah, no. Is there like a skincare place where I could get something specifically for changelings?
Not near the Medani office, no.
No.
Oh, well, you know what Willow might have mentioned? Nah, it's not really the time for it. You do have the unfinished business with Errol. But, like, what are you going to do? Just go dally around, see if he's dead yet? I guess
See
that'll
if he's
wait
been
until
convicted of
after...
a crime.
I guess that'll wait till after N gets back, yeah? But that is
Yeah,
another
that's-
avenue that was open for you.
Yeah, you could ask about, hey, what happened to the guy that was accused of murder?
Can I ask Medani that? Or get N to ask and
I can ask.
message me? Yeah.
Considering.
Maybe N can first, like, check the whereabouts of that, as opposed to Luca just showing up outside House Thorani HQ, like, hi, is Errol home? So, yeah, maybe not.
Just want to
Yeah,
check on
yeah.
him, see if he's okay. See how he's
Luca,
going.
Who
Luca,
the fuck
maybe,
is you?
remember you can go to the Regal Port Library, too, if you want to research anything. Sorry, I think you don't think of books when we're not in the room, huh? Kidding. He has before.
Luca does often need prompting, yes, but is there anything in particular I should be researching? Because I can't think of anything aside from, the undead.
Guess not.
Yep, that's it, the undead!
It stops there.
Okay. Willow did... Yeah, okay, so we are following Audrey first.
Yeah.
As she and Luca head to the Warning Guild office.
Very ominous.
Yeah, I think considering N is now aware of the familiar, they're probably just keeping a casual eye out for it as they make their way.
Yeah, make a perception check.
Oh my god, can I make one too? Are you looking for the
Yeah.
bird? Can I see if I see the bird?
Go ahead.
Luca just
Yes.
looking around, unsure what Audrey's looking for.
Nope.
Oh, dear.
I'm
12?
But you don't know what
You
you're looking
spot
for.
You spot
Yeah.
several pigeons. You don't know if it's the pigeon, but there
Yeah,
sure
okay.
are pigeons
Yep.
in the city
cool.
on rooftops and the ground and sometimes in trees.
Luca, like, is it that one? Is it that one? What about that one? Do you think?
I think
I feel like Luca is being a hindrance.
yeah, I
That's
feel
why
like
Anne rolls on that too.
yeah, and it's like both, and it's trying to multitask in terms of like they're trying to look for the pigeon, they're trying to like go over their thoughts because they feel like they're about to enter a fight. This is how this feels right now. It feels like they're about to enter a fight, so they're just trying to sort out their game plan, and they can't spot the pigeon because Luca's talking about pigeons, and they also can't sort out their thoughts clearly because Luca's talking about pigeons. So this is just a fun time.
And I was just about to say, I think the voice of Willow should be following you at the moment because Willow would have given you guys a list of things to possibly ask, like considerations, including the arrow thing, as well as stuff like Tarek was unwell prior, so maybe if you can get more information about the kinds of things that were used to incapacitate Kay Kelson, if it has anything to do with this, like any other information they have about like the condition of the body. Like, so I imagine on top of everything that is happening with N and the pigeons and Luca, you're also getting this like gentle hammering of Willow not instruction, but like suggestion in the way that Willow suggests things, which is like this big, massive spieling
17 different
suggestion that should have been taken as instruction but was worded like 10,000
if you want.
Yeah, if you have the opportunity to, because it's kind of like if the opportunity arises to potentially get this kind of information, then maybe you can blank 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 blank, like that kind of stuff, which
yeah thank you.
See what's happened to Arrow, see what's happened to blah blah blah, see the names of other artists, see and if there are any other suspects, that kind of stuff, like just our conversations together.
Yes.
Which I'm sure would be fine if not for the fact that you are under immense pressure.
Yeah.
Followed by a good luck, no pressure.
Thanks.
So, you arrive
Actually,
at the Warning Guild.
could I
office.
briefly interject?
Yeah.
You already are.
Yeah. I just want to ask Anne how they're feeling.
Anne's
after
already
yesterday.
Audrey. So
Yeah, I'll ask Audrey how they're feeling about yesterday, because if I understand correctly, you can still access N's feelings.
Maybe. I'm alright, Luca. You don't have to worry about me.
I don't like that we designed you to be so fake and convincing.
Trust me, I got it all out of my system yesterday. You know how it is. Sometimes you just need a big cry, and then you just feel better. That's how it works. Miles?
Can I make an insight check on this very extremely not real lady?
Yes.
Gosh,
sure
Willow
can.
voice in the back of your mind just yelled, "Doubt!"
Fuck. 8. Never mind then.
Yep.
Oh my
Audrey's
god.
good.
Never mind. Yeah, she is good. It's like you were designed for this.
I wonder why.
Well, you can... N can talk to me if they want. Okay?
And is well aware. Thank you, Luca. And Audrey's gonna like give your arm a little shake and then continue strolling down the sidewalk.
I just imagined Audrey doing like a really condescending but flirty like pat.
Yeah.
Essentially.
Yeah.
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 I'm being insulted with literally just that tap of her hand.
But also
But
you
it's also
don't...
kind of like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe
So
I'm
it's
into
like-
it. I don't know.
it's kind of nice. So
Yeah.
it's like conflicted.
Confusing. And there she goes.
And there she goes.
Well,
I feel like
I'll
she's
be
walking
around.
even more like chipper than she was before you asked those questions.
Yep.
I'll let you know if I need anything.
I give her a little twinkly finger wave, assuming she'll give one back.
She does.
Good. So, you enter the unmarked, unremarkable townhouse that is the home of the Warning Guild office.
Yep. Is my friend at the reception desk? Or is it someone else today?
Yes, Celia is, I believe that was her name,
It was.
is at the reception desk. And she says, "Oh, Detective Medani was expecting you. You can go right in.
Thank you very much. Audrey will go and let herself in, I suppose.
Yeah. So you enter the office. You see Brina Dimadani's office room, which is maybe what you expected. It is just an office, lots of filing cabinets, a desk, some chairs, pot of coffee on the side, some mugs with tide lines in them, and Brina Dimadani pouring through a folder of what appear to be statements.
Ooh, gossip. Audrey's gonna say as she slides on in, closes the door.
Testimony. Hi. Thanks for coming.
Of course. Testimonies from the recent events.
Yep.
Whole stack of them right there.
There were a lot of people at the event, so...
Yeah, tell me about
makes
it.
sense. Actually, I'd prefer if you tell me about, what we were talking about earlier.
Of course, that's why I'm here. I was hoping we might be able to exchange a little information, honestly.
Oh, maybe.
I think we can agree that we're on the same page in terms of wanting to help people, and what I can only assume is a vile murderer prancing about Regalport, preying on Syrian survivors and other such is the kind of trash we'd rather take out. Yes?
She's gonna roll a hell of an insight check
I'm
on
insight
you.
checking her back.
Ooh!
Ooh.
Okay.
Ooh.
Brina rolled a 23
Mm-hmm.
on her insight.
Okay. That's okay. That's alright.
You know what?
Yeah, it's okay. This is the games we play.
Oh.
Fair enough. But can I insight her back at the 19?
Yeah. She doesn't know how, on your 19 insight, she doesn't know how far to trust you.
That's fair. Back at you.
She doesn't, yeah, like, she doesn't suspect that you're the murderer, but she suspects you know something, and she doesn't know what, and she doesn't know what your goals are yet, but she's going to figure it out.
Mm-hmm.
What does...
On her insight?
Yeah, what does...
I think what she sees in that is that Audrey is certainly not being dishonest about what she's saying in terms of, like, her goal is certainly that she is not happy about the idea of some sort of vile murderer, quote unquote, prancing around Regalport, and she does want to see that trash put out. Like, that is genuinely a goal of hers.
Yeah. Would it be reasonable to say on a 23 that Brina Dimadani detects that this is somehow personal to you?
Hmm.
They're pretty high roll.
Yeah.
No, persuasion was like 10 less.
Not good. Not good.
Yes.
Maybe an inclination to
Yeah,
be.
I was gonna say, I think she maybe isn't 100% sure, but she's got... Something has been
Like this,
peaked. Like,
her
instincts are telling her.
Yeah, her instincts are telling her that this is personal somehow.
Yeah, maybe
though
not
she is
to, like,
not sure in...
what degree.
Yeah. She doesn't have all of the pieces yet, but she has... She knows what questions to pursue, let's say.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. Good. Well, how about you start off with scratching my back, and then I'll see if I can scratch yours.
That's reasonable.
Why were you investigating the death of 1K Kelson?
Indeed. Well, let's just say I've heard some interesting rumors about... how should I put this? Eye traumas? And I suppose, of course, I read the newspaper. They had a reasonable excuse, but I couldn't help myself. I was here in Rigoport, I decided, why not?
Eye trauma.
Yes, doesn't that
In
sound
particular.
familiar?
Yeah. Certainly I can see the resemblance in the... I can see the through line.
Yes. Do you know why someone would want to murder a man like Elham?
Oh, he had his critics, all right. I have spoken with people who knew the guy. Seems like he was not particularly popular, but in some ways he was.
Yes, he seems like he might have a polarizing audience.
It's a good word for doing that. Yeah, polarizing. So what else did you learn about Mr. Kelson's death?
Well, I'm afraid I didn't learn all that much on my own. There was a trace of something in his room, but I'm sure you had more success with picking out evidence than I did.
Miss Whistler. If you really want me to believe that we're on the same page here, I think we should probably cut to the chase instead of playing around with the song and dance.
I suppose. Well, I
If you want
found...
me to believe that you have insights on whoever the killer is and whoever caused this mess, and that you want to see them brought to justice like I do, you'd better start acting like it.
All right. Well, yes, I found a smallest scraping of... What was it?
Cinnabar.
Cinnabar, like just residue? Cinnabar residue would be a good way to describe it.
Yeah.
Cinnabar residue. Does that ring any bells for you? Red paint, lacquer, that sort of thing?
She nods.
Well, perhaps then you can see why I then considered the gallery as a possible point of investigation.
They were announced pretty close together. I can see why you connected one dot to the other.
Indeed.
That was my thought as well.
Ah.
Especially considering that Mr. Kelson his toxicology report said something about mercury being in his system. You know that cinnabar is a form of mercury ore, right?
Yes, I have heard such things. I have suspected from the beginning that perhaps the whole concoction that was blamed for his death was possibly not his doing.
It is possible that someone who is, it is possible for somebody to be unwillingly overdosed to death.
Oh,
That's
yes.
certainly true.
I don't suppose any traces of anything were found in Tarek.
Interesting thing that you bring it up.
She
Oh?
gives you a little smirk.
See, there was a lot of conflicting information on Mr. Alham's body.
Really?
Well, there was the eye wounds, of course.
Naturally.
Stab wounds in the gut. There was
Mhm.
also some suggestion that Mr. Elham suffered from chronic mercury poisoning.
Oh my. Would that cause headaches by any chance?
It would. How'd you know that?
A friend of a friend mentioned overhearing something about Tarek and headaches.
Oh. Mr. Elham's partner, Captain Frostroot, did say that he had been under the weather lately, as did a friend of his. So, interesting things.
Yes. Is that the sort of thing that would have possibly caused his death on the night?
No. It was never enough to be a lethal dosage, but certainly enough to weaken the man, let's say.
Yes. That was
The,
my second thought.
It seems like Miss Whistler. Can I call you Audrey?
You may.
It seems, Audrey, that there are a lot of curious things about Mr. Alham's death. Not to mention the attack and everything that followed.
Indeed.
I don't suppose you have any theories, clues? You said that you were looking out for eye trauma specifically. Were there any other incidents that you previously followed featuring that sort of thing? Aside from Mr. Kelson, of course.
Yes, aside from Mr. Kelson, I'm afraid primarily it's just a story I heard from a drunken acquaintance a long time ago. I don't remember all the details now. However, there was one man that caught my eye. I don't know if he's involved or not, but I couldn't help but notice he had some very strange magic attached to him. I know that's not necessarily uncommon, but I don't know.
Strange magic, you say?
Yes. And how did Damon describe it? Like a magic that blocks you from seeing other magic, like magical items?
Yeah, it's a sort of a barrier magic that prevents people from looking at you.
Yeah. So
Is how Damon described it.
Audrey describes that, and also, and well, his butler was just simply covered in transmutation magic. And a third thing. Well, this could be nothing. I noticed, said Butler, speaking with one of the artists. Do you know Jaylee?
The name rings a bell.
Yes, she was the artist of the sculpture Like Father, Like Child. And I don't know if anyone else has told you this, but it was when that sculpture was being put up for auction that the attack happened.
Yeah, I remember that much, yes. Okay. So, let's cycle back. That, what was that incident you'd heard about earlier?
Oh, from my Acquaintance?
Yeah.
It was so long ago. I struggle to remember the details, but what I do remember is it had something to do with art or theater.
Interesting.
It just pinged back in my mind. But I think something you might find more interesting, Detective, is the fact that I have thoughts regarding this man and how he may be connected to Tarek Elham.
Do you have a name for this man?
Could I see the names on the statements briefly?
Make a persuasion check.
Right.
I'm afraid, that's a bridge too far, Audrey.
Confidential information. I understand. Not a problem. Let me think. Well, I do remember Alonzo. Alonzo was the butler.
Oh, that gives me something. I can look it up.
Yes, well, I'm sure the butler and who he's serving aren't very far detached. The point...
There is a record of that.
I'm sure. You're very thorough.
Much like how you were, working on behalf of, Mr. Artego
Yes.
at the auction.
I wear many hats.
Evidently.
Smiles. Anyway, I did observe this man speaking to the two biggest names in Tharani there.
That is so. Is that so?
Yes. How familiar are you with Tarek's work, Detective?
I am aware that Mr. Elham did have a, let's say, renowned play being put on by House Medani, and that two of the leads are, in fact, two very prestigious members of House Medani. It's been years since Baron Thilorani was on stage himself, so it's quite notable.
Yes. Well, I noticed this man speaking with them during the course of the gallery. And
Interesting.
I feel like I overheard something about Tarek's work. Something about bringing it to Sharn?
Oh. Huh.
However,
She notes that down.
I get the impression just from what I know of Tarek, which granted isn't very much. I don't think he would really be interested in such things.
Huh.
However, get rid of the artist, befriend the lead actress and actor. I don't know. He just rubs me the wrong way.
Oh. I'll make a note of that. Unfortunately, in the business of investigation, gut feeling isn't enough.
Of course.
Any of the other artists stand out to you?
Should I mention any of the other artists? Willowbrain?
Willow might be curious about the origins of the anonymous painting. Willow hasn't yet mentioned specifically bringing up something about Wolfred, but I don't know, because Willow's like distinctly gone to follow this lead on their own. I think they might leave it up to N's discretion whether they bring up Wolfred or not, but
Yeah.
it's kind of because that's the same kind of leap of logic that accompanies Edmund. And so currently there feels like there's less room to put him under a spotlight for anything negative. Except that maybe he is a friend of Tarek Elham's, but then she did mention before she got a statement from Miraldine and a friend, so it's like, I don't know, maybe he's already been accounted for, and saying anything right now would just kind of... But put it this way, I don't think Willow gave you any specific instruction about Wolfred. They would have given specific instruction, however, about the anonymous painting that started Stanislav going off on a tangent, or whatever.
Was from what I saw at the gallery, was that the only anonymous painting, or were there others tagged as anonymous, do you think?
I think that was the most notable anonymous painting, yes.
It's anonymous! I always hear him in my mind. It's the one he certainly declared to the entire room, so I think it stood out enough. I think anonymous while being while demanding reflection is notable.
Yes.
So that's why that one has been pinned down by Willow specifically as seems notable.
Yeah.
Not only because it prompted Dragovich to fly off the handle, but also because it also indirectly prompted Tarek to leap forward. So it might be interesting to know who did it.
Yeah. I think Ryder's just gonna say, the painting by Anonymous, do we have any idea if that artist was there?
As far as I can tell, the gallery has reported that the artist who made the painting was not in attendance that night, I'm afraid.
I see.
Oh, it did cause quite a stir, so...
Yes, that's why I'm thinking about it. That is where I last saw Tarek alive. And that argument...
In front of that painting?
Yes. That is where
well,
he had that argument with Stanislav. I'm sure you're familiar with him by now.
Yes. There were many people did recount that particular scene. It did cause quite a stir, but interesting that it was, you said in front of that painting or prompted by that painting?
No, both, as I recall.
Okay. All right. Moving on. You were... Or rather, I saw you a little before the attack. I believe I was sitting in the row behind you when the gas went off. What do you make of the attack?
Well,
The zombies and all that.
I'd say it was most definitely planned. It seemed far too organized, prepared.
You're right about that. There's no way that you could pull that kind of stunt off without doing some careful preparing.
Magic users, yes?
Oh, definitely.
Of course. One has to wonder how many of those were in attendance.
Quite a few, I believe. Quite a few. But, the ones with the clearest association with the undead, they're proven pretty difficult to find.
As in, you can't find Stanislav?
No. We have not located the man known as Stanislav Dragovich anywhere since that night.
That's
He
concerning.
was not there when the investigation started, certainly.
And What of Veelia?
Name does not ring a bell.
She didn't make a statement?
No, I don't believe there's anybody by that name. These
Interesting.
documents, though, I could double check.
Well, that is very funny because I met her at the gallery.
Could you tell me about her?
Yes, of course. I think Ed will list off the description that they remember of her.
Yeah.
Yes. And I couldn't confirm it, but the way she stood, she seemed very adept with magic. And of course, the fact that she appeared to be a seeker. Well, that has certain connections I'm sure you can draw.
Interesting. Oh, that is useful information that I didn't have before. Thank you, Miss Whistler.
Of course. Yes, as I recall, I don't think she was in the auction hall when the auction began. She wasn't the only one, but I did consider it a bit strange. Arl also wasn't there. What happened to that man? I remember he was accused, but was he arrested?
I believe Mr. Arl de Thorani has been placed under house arrest while the investigation is ongoing.
Oh, that's a shame. He was having such a troubling night already. Of course, that is assuming he didn't kill the man. Which is always an option. You never know with those types.
I think Brina just kind of like raises her eyebrows and does an okay face.
Oh, man. We hard cut just like a quick flash to Errol in his house, like draped over a chaise.
Weeping with a handkerchief. Oh, father.
Great uncle, how could this happen?
How could this happen to me? I've made mistakes. I've got no one.
Is he the...
The night goes on.
So Audrey's gonna move along from that. Is he the only one that was put under house arrest?
Well, he was the only one accused of murder, and Mr. Arl de Thorani did not have a substantial alibi at the time of the events. But considering the attack, considering the theft, considering that it was his own sculpture used as the site of the crime, I kind of doubt that Mr. Errol has the temperament for this kind of possibility, though it is possible that he is otherwise involved and has been thrown under the bus, so to speak.
Yes, he would make a convenient scapegoat, I suppose. Are you thinking that the robbery from the storeroom and the murder are connected, or would you think that is more of a crime of opportunity?
Here's the thing that doesn't make sense to me about the theft. The attack, the distraction, the way the security systems were suppressed, it all speaks to me like it was planned.
It does, doesn't it?
Why stir up the murder then? Why make a huge scene out of it? It just doesn't make sense to me. If the murder was the main crime being planned and the theft was and something on the opportunity, it would have been something easier to grab. It would have been more things to grab because those artifacts were the only things that were stolen. And I'm sure the Grand Auction Hall has plenty of valuables.
Yes, if they are after money, I'm sure there are smaller, bigger tickets to grab than what they did.
Quite right.
That is
And then
curious.
why complicate everything by murdering such a prominent public figure as Mr. Allen?
In such a prominent way, too.
It certainly made a statement.
That seems...
Hell if I can make heads or tails of it.
Yes.
But you've given me something to think about with this, Vaelia character and, Mr. Dragovich, of course. The fact that they, share a similar faith. And the use of the undead. It does seem worth following up on, if only to rule out any, complications, let's say.
Of course. I'm gonna do an insight check on her to see where she's at. Nope.
Damn.
She seems deep in thought,
Yeah.
though you can't tell what she is thinking about.
Alright, well, I think Audrey's gonna, like, press her palms together and place them on the table. Detective, I think I can be frank with you.
I would hope so.
I am probably not going to be able to help myself. I'm going to continue my own investigation, and I would hate to get in your way. So what I propose is that I offer you my services. I think we could work together on this.
Make a persuasion check.
Let's fucking go.
Shoot for the stars, then.
Yep.
That certainly sounds very promising, Miss Audrey. That certainly sounds very promising. I'm sure that as a changeling you have many talents that would be useful for a gumshoe like myself.
Yes, no offense, but Medani certainly has a reputation. I could sneak into places and hear things that people might not say around your sorts. And I'd be happy to bring it back to you.
Well. I think that we could come to an arrangement. Well, let's put it on probation for now.
Of course. Well, you know where to find me, and I know where to find you.
Indeed. And I think I have just the thing that you could do for me. As a little trial run.
Of course.
You think you could get into the Blood of All Temple here in Regalport?
You're kidding.
Willow in the back of your mind goes, ha! Called it!
Yeah, and then Willow in the back of Anne's brain just burst out laughing. But Audrey just gives a very pleasant smile. Yes, I think I can swing that for you. Anything in particular you want me to look for?
Well, if you could bring in my little friend.
She opens up a window and a pigeon promptly flies in.
Aw. How cute. I think Audrey will, like, offer her arm or her, like, hand to see if it wants to come over to her.
Yeah. This little fella's name is Peter.
Hello, Peter.
If you could, just let him, be my eyes. See what you can see. Ask some questions about, Mr. Dragovich and Miss Vaelia. That'd be helpful. I think that's a
Certainly.
good start.
Yes, I agree.
Peter will meet you at the place.
All right, I'll see you later, Peter, my coworker.
The little pigeon does like a bob.
I think Audrey like makes a little like cooing noises at him. Just like, I guess I'm making friends with this pigeon. We are connecting right now.
Smarter than your average bird.
I too am a street rat.
If I could fly, I'd have so many less problems.
Also eaten out of the garbage.
Oh my gosh.
I'll find the finest paper plate and break it up for you, so it's pigeon size.
Please don't feed the pigeon hot sauce.
I'm-
Admittedly, birds can't taste spice, but I don't know if it's good for them.
I just feel like it's not a good idea on some level. But yeah, I think with that, Audrey's gonna make a offer to handshake with Brina again on her way out.
Yeah. She shakes your hand and...
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I'm sure we'll be seeing a lot of each other in the near future.
I sure hope
Love
so.
our
Okay.
Hell yeah.
Love
I think like yeah, whenever Audrey returns to Luca, I think she might have gone back to N now that that's all over. They're just like it's a very much I'm relaxing back into N after Audrey, because Audrey's like very sat up straight and she's very confident and is happy to be seen, and then just deflate back into N and like N walks stiffly into whatever shop Luca's in.
Where would Luca be?
I think Luca is looking at a bougie bakery / cafe thing.
Hell yeah. Nice.
Slightly overpriced.
Oh, thank
Cake
the
and coffee.
sovereigns. Thank the sovereigns. I've worked up an appetite, and says appearing beside Luca soundlessly.
Oh, what happened? Did you get in trouble?
No, actually, I've got an inn. You're my inn.
Oh, me? What did I do?
Well, I have been tasked by one Rina Medani to do a little test run to see if we can't work together as allies. And that task may or may not be going to the Blood of All Temple.
Oh. Well,
Why you sound so disappointed?
that feels dishonest in a way that I am not used to. But I understand it would happen regardless. So
We are trying to catch a killer.
yeah. So
Not
I
like you're
suppose-
asking someone's deep, dark secrets
Yeah.
that hasn't killed
So-
someone.
Well, yeah, that is also a deep dark secret that I would want to know. But yeah. No, it's okay. It's okay. It's just I wasn't expecting it.
That's fair. You're a very honest man, Luca, and that's where your strengths lie.
And my muscles.
Yes, and your muscles. Anyway, I'm not asking you to dig up blackmail on anyone. Just help me find out some things about Vaelia and Dragovich, which, by the way, and it's probably gonna start messaging if they haven't already. I feel like at some point they dropped into message in this
Yeah,
conversation. 'Cause they're not gonna be saying a lot of this out loud. In hindsight. Except the hunger thing. Dragovich is missing,
Of course he is.
and Vaelia didn't make a statement.
Of course she didn't.
So that's a little problematic. Let's call that problematic. So even more reason why Brina is eager to learn anything she can. And you're going to be asking around the Blood of Oil Temple about them anyway. You would have probably told me. And if we can make friends with the local detective before some other powers do, I just feel like that would be a valuable step.
I agree. Luca's making a face. Disappeared. Do you... How do you feel about joining the Seekers?
Officially?
No, just as a cover for us going in.
Oh, well, I've certainly been around Secrets long enough to be able to pick up on some of the ins and outs, and I'm not above pretending. So if you wanted me there, yeah.
Just a thought.
I mean, it's easy enough to swing that I'm new. You know, being a new initiate means people probably will want to tell you all about this, that, or the other thing. It's not a bad cover. I don't think I can swing having been one for a while. Either way, yes, I can make it work.
Is that what you need to do for Miss Medani?
Oh, you're gonna love this, Luca. I have a pet.
Me?
No. And thinks about it for a minute. No.
Responds in Kai. No.
Luca looks perplexed.
He's not here right now, but I'm gonna have to introduce you to Peter later. I'm sure you two will get along.
Peter. Is this a friend?
Peter is a pigeon. Yeah. I can just imagine the way like, his whole face is like, yeah.
Cloudy with a chance of meatballs
Yeah,
eyes,
yeah.
just like, oh man.
That is so funny.
I feel like we could cut away at that.
Yeah, I think now we should follow Willow
Yeah.
/ Gil.
Tis I. Gil is Is there anything on the way that I can cast an eye at? No, not really. It's just a straight walk to the Gilded Brush. Yeah, we'll go Gilded Brush. I don't imagine I pass by Tarek's on the way there.
No.
No, I think that might be a deliberate out of the way.
Yeah.
I mean, I could check. Can I just look past the front of the building, see if there's anything there? I'll just take the scenic route around Regalport.
You can take the scenic route. You can swing by the townhouse that is where you believe Tarek Elham lives.
I'm just taking cursory glances, just to see if anything's going on.
Make a perception or investigation check, depending on what you're doing.
I think at this stage it's perception, because I'm mainly just pondering my actions.
Yeah.
12.
Okay. Well, you don't see anything out of the ordinary, which is something. There's no piles up of letters, there's no piles of flowers. There's no protests or anything.
Okay. Okay. Cool. I'm
afraid a 12 is just it's not enough. You're not peeking through the window or anything. You're just looking at the front of a building, basically.
Yep. I don't mind too. Willows might just do a kind of. Where's another location of interest around town? The gallery?
Yeah, you could try looking at the Grand Auction Hall. You could try any other number of things.
Can I do a quick perception of the Grand Auction Hall and the Gallery of Shadows? Just on the way past. Yeah, I'll do 2 perception checks then. So this one for Grand Auction Hall.
It is closed.
Okay.
It is very much closed for business. There is a big notice sign that says it is closed. A lot of the usual trade that would be going on has been temporarily moved outside into shaded tents. So like they've expanded into part of like the open bazaar that is the pirate exchange streets, and moved much of the typical auctioning. So because the Grand Auction Hall does stuff like fish auctioning and livestock and other trade stuff, besides like the very like high ticket items, which are it's used as a general trade hall. That stuff has all been moved out of doors. And the actual building has been shuttered for the time being. You can see that there is security at the doors, no lights on the inside or anything like that, so under investigation.
Yeah. Is there any indication of stuff for the people that died? Like
Memorial stuff?
Yeah.
I'm going to say there are maybe some bouquets of flowers and like a little sort of public remembrance thing. I think you would have to get closer to find out if there was anything specific, like a memorial service arranged.
If I see bouquet flowers, I'll go closer and just check.
Okay.
See if there's any like dates for memorials mentioned.
Yeah, I think there is a little flyer that is taped up for like memorial service for those lost, to be held a week from now. With the names of various staff, or rather people who were killed and injured in the events.
Yep. Noted. And I think once Willow notes that, they might take off at pace to check the Gallery of Shadows.
Okay.
And we'll do a perception check while we're there.
Yep.
Great. Yep, that tracks.
Seems to be operating as normal. You do a skim by, it is still open. You don't get close enough to look at, like, are there still shows going on? Yeah, probably. You just continue and leave.
Yeah. Willow's going to go to the Gilded Brush now, or just end up at the Gilded Brush.
Okay.
And I think there is a distinct moment of them, like, bucking up a bit, like, standing at the entrance and, like, straightening up.
Okay. So, you head into the Gilded Brush, the art studio.
What do I see upon immediately entering? Do I have to do a perception check?
Yeah, let's do a perception check to see how much you see.
God damn.
It appears much the way it did when you first came in here. It is a narrow building that is more deep than it is wide. You see Mr. Gudrun, the old dwarven man with the bald head and the tightly braided beard full of paintbrushes, painting in the background. There are some portraits up for sale as like, and the commission rate sheet. There is a youngish looking gnome sitting at the front desk who is clearly here as a receptionist. You've clearly come during like actual active business hours.
Can I have a quick, like, I know I should speak to the receptionist, but can I look at the portraits?
Yeah, sure. The portraits are the same that you saw last time here. It is the sort of like generic portrait of like artist's interpretation of the pirate Queen Lazar. There is a portrait of a captain on a... Sorry, I'm about to sneeze.
What's that? Is that a type of ship? Let's. Aw. That was a sneeze.
It didn't work. It didn't work.
Damn it.
It ran away. A captain on the in front of his ship, that sort of thing. Yeah, nothing new, I think, is outstanding.
Okay. I'm supposing the receptionist is probably looking at me expectantly at this stage.
They acknowledged you, but I think until you approach, you're allowed to window shop.
Okay.
Until you approach the desk.
Am I allowed to go straight in?
You are not allowed into the back room. No.
Fine. I entered that back room before, though, yeah? When Gudrun was here on his own?
You peered into it, yeah.
Yeah.
You can see part of it. You can see a sliver through it. But yeah. I will also remind you that last time you were here, you went as Willow.
Someone else. I went as generic face number 2.
Yes, this is true.
Yeah. But now I'm here as a completely new guy. Hey.
Yeah.
Yep. And Willow will approach, I suppose. If I can't see into the back, I can't see who's here, yeah? Except for Gudrun?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hello there.
Hi, welcome to the Gilded Brush studio. How may I help you?
I was actually, wondering who's in today.
Well, I believe most of our artists are in studio. Is there somebody in particular you're looking for?
Maybe.
Is this about a commission or personal business?
If I'm lucky, a bit of both. I suppose I'm here for a portrait.
Okay, as you can see, we have our commission rates here on display. Let me quickly look at my notes. A bust portrait, so collar up. It has a baseline cost of 50 gold pieces plus an additional 2 gold pieces per day spent sitting for the portrait. So the average cost is estimated at around 60 to 70 gold pieces, and then additional costs for hands and so on.
Willow will nod politely, enthusiastically. I'm like, yes, very nice. Okay. Then comment.
If I have a particular artist in mind, may I make a request for them?
Oh yes, absolutely.
Well, I was hoping to make an appointment with Mr. Wilfred Bartosz.
Yes, we can do that. The
When is he
receptionist
next available?
I believe Mr. Bartosz does not have any current projects underway, so he would be available quite soon. We could book a consultation tomorrow.
Sounds good.
If that is, or even later this afternoon, actually.
Ooh. Even better.
Would you be available in, let's say, an hour, half an hour?
I would.
All right, then I will pencil you in. Your name, please?
Gil.
Okay. Gil, 1 L or 2 L's?
Either way. Kidding.
Okay.
One.
All right. Gil for consultation with Mr. Bartosz.
Yes. Very well.
I also have another question, actually.
Yes.
An employer of mine was very curious about a painting that was on display at the gallery.
I don't believe that our studio contributed in any way to the new Corvair exhibition. Artists did personally, but not the studio itself. So I'm afraid you would have to ask the artists.
Okay. I'm very curious about who the artist was, and I'm hoping that artistic sorts can help me identify the artist. Maybe I'll ask Mr. Bartosz.
I hope he's able to help you.
Thank you. What was your name? Sorry.
You can just say receptionist gives Gil their name.
Yeah. Yeah. I was going to look and see if do I have any names.
Melissa comes to mind. I don't know.
Melissa?
Yes.
Name of receptionist?
Yes.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you, Melissa. See you within the hour.
Okay.
And Willow will prance out of there with their cognate spirit, and then once they get slightly down the street, just whatever.
Cool. So, you doing anything in that hour, or just killing time?
Willow might do something in that hour, actually. You know what? I think, is there a florist nearby?
Yeah, you could probably wander around and find a florist.
Wait, I just had a truly chaos brain thought. No.
Uh-huh.
No.
Wait.
No. It's okay. Willow's fighting some urges today, my friends.
Oh boy, we should have never left you alone.
They will look for a florist.
Okay.
They will find flowers that look like they don't die quick.
Mm-hmm.
May I buy some flowers?
Yes, you may buy some flowers. I think a simple bouquet will run you 2 gold pieces.
I'll buy 3.
Okay, you'll buy a 3 gold piece tier bouquet.
Wow.
No, 3 separate bouquets?
Oh, 3 of them.
Yeah.
Okay. That's different.
Yep.
Yeah, okay, so you spend 6 gold pieces on
flowers?
3 separate small bouquets.
And I gently tuck them into my pockets.
Just swoop, swoop, swoop.
I imagine them to be longer than wide, so they can be slipped into a pocket.
Yeah, it's like tulips or something.
Yeah. If there is some kind of flower that's associated with Ciri that is on display here, Willow will buy that.
I don't think so.
Are there black
I
flowers?
You can get flowers that are appropriate for memorial services.
Yeah. Okay.
Which I assume are white usually.
Yeah, usually white. Yeah, Willow will do that. And just thinking. Nah, that's okay. There is a long, slow pause when they walk past Morrodale's Antiquities. Let's just say that.
The camera lingers there.
Yeah.
And then Willow moves on.
Yes.
So. An hour later, you return to the Gilded Brush. And unless there's anything else you want to do?
I don't know. Nah, guess not.
Okay. An hour is not that long.
Yeah.
You did quite a bit of walking, so.
Yeah.
An hour later, you return. And you are passed along to a little side room where there is tea and water refreshments available. Though, of course, in your current disguise, you do not partake.
Mhm.
And you are able to have your consultation with Mr. Bartosz here. He does recognize you. Ah, a pleasure to see you again.
I did say I'd follow up.
So you did. I was not expecting that so soon. So, you are interested in a portrait?
Well, I was going to say, wait, am I still calling on? Yes.
Yes.
Willow was going to say,
There was plenty unexpected about the past few days.
This is certainly true. This is certainly true.
I'm inside checking him.
Yeah?
That's fine.
Hold on. He seems mournful.
He does.
That's at least what you get on a 4 is like he is openly showing that he is sad.
Mm. Okay, Willow's probably going to say,
Honestly, I wasn't sure if I'd find you at work.
Well, I find that it is easier to cope when one has something to do.
Willow's head tilts in a very sympathetic way.
I understand that very well myself. Perhaps that is part of why I am here so soon.
Oh. Do tell.
Well, I'm not here under any instruction from my employer. Much as I said I would follow up on his interests, these are more of my own.
Even more so. Do tell.
You saw through this.
Willow gestures at their mask.
Yes, I have very keen eyes.
What tipped you off?
He shrugs. You do not behave like most of the Warforged that I have encountered. And there is a certain liveliness to you that belies your true nature.
Nah. So I should be more like this.
And Willow sort of sits straight and stiff.
Perhaps. I am afraid I am not one much for disguises.
Of course.
And Willow relaxes again, back into their regular form.
Mm-hmm.
I suppose combined with your style of art, the topic of your art, and your insightfulness, I was inspired by the events of the auction. Rather, not the events of the auction, but the contents of the gallery. To dabble in art myself, though I am no artist, so rather let you dabble in art on my behalf, or perhaps with me as the subject. Do you understand?
Yes. I can indeed paint your portrait, or perhaps if there is something more experimental you would like to try, we can certainly make an effort of that. You have seen some of my more personal works.
It is the personal work that intrigues me. I think.
I'm glad to hear it.
Yeah. Offering you a slight level of artistic freedom would probably reap better results.
That is the highest flattery that any artist could hope to hear when being given a commission.
So, what is the prompt?
Me, I guess. Whatever you see when you look at me. Though I suppose this would be an ongoing conversation. You don't complete a portrait in one sitting.
No, it is rare that one would, especially in the matter of oils or in my personal preferred medium, ceramics.
Ceramics. Would you want to use ceramic?
If you are inclined to allow me, I certainly could make a painted ceramic portrait. I could even... I could take a sculpt or a cast of your mask.
But then how will I breathe?
I presume you would remove it, but of course I could sculpt it by hand. Free form.
That's very exciting. Have you done this before?
I'm afraid not as often as I would have liked. Most of my work through this studio has been oil on canvas portraiture.
Seems a bit of a waste of your talent. No offense.
Oh, it is no waste. It is always good to practice the principles in one medium, and often they are able to be translated to another medium. Of course, they are not the same.
It's not high enough anyway, but the insight check was for before. I just forgot to hit the button. When he mentioned his, not being able to do it as much as he liked. But anyway.
It is true that he has not been able to create as many of those style of pictures, those style of artworks as he would like to. So at least there's that. You know that much.
If you are interested in a more personal, experimental style of portrait, perhaps I could invite you to sit for me in my personal studio, which is at my place of residence.
That's possible?
Yes.
Huh.
It is not quite as comfortable as here, but I do have my sculpting supplies and ceramics available there.
Well, I suppose I'll be in Regal Point anyway.
Indeed.
That sounds better. Then if the urge comes to remove my mask, I won't have the entire studio on my case.
Quite. It would allow for more privacy. Is there any particular aspect that you would like to capture through this portraiture? A mood or feeling?
Willow looks up at the ceiling to think.
I believe I am more curious about what it is that you perceive. Whatever truth you observe.
I suppose I will have to ask you a great many questions then.
And I suppose I will have to be willing to answer them.
Indeed.
But that is what great art is made of, or so I've heard. Asking
so.
and answering difficult questions.
He gives you a small smile. Well then, I can say I am looking forward to working with you.
And I you, Mr. Bartosz.
Shall we arrange for when is best to make our appointment?
Willow will nod and aim for as soon as possible. Also, the offering of Mr. Bartosz was accompanied by a handshake.
Yep, he'll shake your hand.
Can I make a perception check for his collar? See if I can see anything?
Sure, make a perception check. Oh ho.
I have any pins on?
The collar of his shirt?
I'm looking for a pin
Okay.
on anywhere that there may be a pin. So call it a squiz across just in case it's a cufflink or something, you know?
Yeah. Okay. I need to think. Okay. So, there is no silver tragedy mask pin.
Mhm.
However, on a 23, you do notice that there is some slight redness, sort of covered up by his beard. Like maybe he's been itching himself or something. It looks like there's a sort of like a redness, a bit of swelling there that is covered by the beard.
Okay.
Like maybe he got scratched, or like maybe he got a bug bite there, and like there's a scab or something.
Mhm.
That sort of. There seems to be like a little bit of a hint of an injury, like not a very severe one, but enough of like that it stands out to you that is around his neck or like slightly covered by his beard.
Mm-hmm. Noted.
Okay.
Thanks.
So you have an appointment to start working with Bartosz as soon as possible, which is to say tomorrow you have been invited to his personal studio.
Nice.
To start sitting for a portrait.
Cool.
A small receipt of business has been drawn up. You do not immediately have to pay the fee, and you do not have to pay it in full, but they are expecting a 25 gold deposit.
It's easy.
Upon commencement.
Upon like tomorrow?
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool.
Okay. I'm gonna pay it now just so I don't forget. Let it be known, this is my receipt. I've paid 25 gold.
Okay.
Great.
Sure thing.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. And with that, your business is concluded. Is there anything else you'd like to say before you take your leave?
Of Wolfred?
Yeah, and the studio.
Sort of playing with fire here.
What else is new?
Yeah, but I guess I might as well. Oh, yeah. Okay, no, Willow, before they leave the little consultation room, they're going to like hold up their hand and gesture to his hand and say,
Oh, by the way.
and like sort of twinkle their fingers as if to draw attention to the rings on his hand.
Yes.
He's still wearing them, yes?
Yes.
Yeah.
I suppose I am in the know. Now, at least. Very cool.
Ah, good to see you have availed yourself to research. That is good. I do much prefer to have conversations with people who are willing to find out the truth for themselves.
Well, lucky us.
And it is bad form to brag about one's associations.
Well, then we can do so in the privacy of your own home.
Perhaps.
Perhaps. Goodbye.
Leaves.
Farewell. You leave. Okay.
Nice. Good job.
Thanks.
Cool. Shall we briefly reconvene at the Gold Dragon for you guys to
Decide exactly what arrangement we're going to the temple in and
Yes.
dump. Sure.
Yeah.
I imagine we all go back to touch base, have dinner, something before we head to the temple.
Yep.
I assume Damon's not around.
Damon makes a brief appearance and then is like, I've got some reading to do, so if you don't mind me.
Is he
Shout
gonna-
if you need me.
In and out.
Yeah.
Steals your fries and leaves.
Damon, why did you eat my fries?
Oh my God.
Luca would absolutely write that song.
Noted. Yeah.
Okay, well, I think Willow's gonna come back in a bit of a... Let's talk in the room, yeah? Obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Privacy.
I think
Yeah.
Willow's going to probably come in last. I imagine you guys were here first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We came
And then,
back
like,
together.
Yeah, and then like promptly begin questioning how your guys' thing went.
Yeah, and ends going to tell Willow the same things that they told Luca. Essentially, like, I have an in with House Medani, and go over some of the things that they learned from Brina, like Dragovich not being found and Vaelia not making a statement, so was not around for that. And about Tarek being poisoned, for sure. That he was being poisoned by mercury, which is an extension of cinnabar. But that only weakened him, it did not kill him.
Yet.
He's dead, Luca.
Well, aside from it, like,
It was not the cause of death,
Yeah.
let's say.
Yeah. But it would have definitely, from the sounds of it, made him much more vulnerable to an assailant.
Yeah.
Yeah. Stuff
I would
like
say
that.
there's a vibe with Willow, like, you're seeing them smile a bit more than usual, but it's not...
It's not a good smile.
It's
Am
not
I-
a good smile.
They're- are we
More of a
checking?
grin.
we checking on their mental state? Is that what we're doing?
I think Willow's kind of pacing with their hands behind their back, and like especially after they hear something like Sir Errol de Thorani is under house arrest.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, Luca, that gives you a clear shot.
At what?
Does it?
The voice of Damon in the background does it.
I
Well,
mean,
no,
if...
look, Willow is that's a slide dig. That was like it gives you a clear shot to shoot your shot. It doesn't necessarily mean go visit him, but it is. We do know where he is.
He's sad. We can rest
We
assured.
don't know. He's safe.
Mhm.
Well, kind of. We
Meh,
don't know.
eh.
Climbing through his window with a sword. Under house arrest means I can kill you.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So I think Willow's got this kind of, not a smugness, but like a kind of, so everything's falling into place. Good.
Can I check on them with my insights, my big boy brain?
Yeah, you
Do
can
I need
certainly
to?
try. You could try.
Roll 20's being a bit strange.
Oh, no.
I'm gonna try to.
Oh.
What is the check I'm doing?
Hey, similar.
Doesn't even matter.
Well,
Unless you
doesn't roll a
fail.
1.
That was a chance.
Persuasion or deception, your choice. What does Willow want to project or conceal? Depending.
I'm not really trying to conceal anything, so I guess project.
Okay.
So persuade.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey.
But one time.
Willow is on the ball of this investigation. They are focused, is
Yeah.
what you guys are getting.
Okay,
They're focused
so
at the problem at hand, and they are trying to piece together as much information as you guys are getting, and as quickly as possible.
Yes. So
Good. Good.
we've all got.
Nicely done.
Yeah, we both, you and I at least, have some ins on this investigation. Now there's
Okay.
only one left. Looks at Luca.
Wait. When N said you and I, Willow and...
Yeah, Willow and N, we both have like ins to continue this investigation. Medani and Morfred.
I don't think Willow told you about Warford yet. Sorry.
I've just figured we
Oh,
were all
well.
sharing here
Yeah, no, that makes
Yeah.
sense.
in meta.
Yeah, fair. I don't know if... I'm curious how you guys would react to Willow being like, to saying it, so I might just say it.
yeah,
Yeah.
if you want.
We'll just rewind.
Yeah. I imagine someone like asks Willow.
Yeah,
How
do
it
you-
is
Yeah,
when-
how do your
yeah, I imagine it's like Willow's like good job and like thank you, and then extends the question to Willow. We extend.
It's a very knew you could do it, rather was confident you could do it. Haha,
Yeah.
I'm always correct. Haha. It was one of those. Sorry, I'm so sorry for them. Yeah, Willow's going to be. Well, I have an appointment with an artist tomorrow.
Oh really?
I'm getting my portrait done, or a ceramic mask. Both, maybe. Who knows?
Bounces their brows. Fancy.
why?
Oh, because I think Warfred Bartosz is guilty in some way,
Ah.
Of murder?
or something akin to it.
Poison?
Maybe.
He could certainly
He
have
was
been
friends.
in cahoots.
He was friends with Tarek Elham. He has a nature about him. I would like to rule out
I saw.
possibilities, but either way, I will be at his home for the paintings because I have appealed to his personal sense.
Ah.
Willow shoots a big grin at you both. That's my plans tomorrow,
Oh, look at you. Getting to the heart of the matter.
says
Yeah.
you. House Medani.
And shrugs. Just call me D. Medani.
Is that
Hmm.
safe?
Probably not.
Probably
but
not.
none of this is.
No. We're kind of playing with fire here.
Luca,
I
you of
should
all people are heading into the belly of the beast, as it were.
Oh, he's used to
be
that.
Presumptuous, but I think I'll go with you
Pardon?
tomorrow.
Is Luca talking to Willow?
Yes.
Willow completely like this. Look, they pause like they've been like pacing gleefully this whole time, and they'll pause and look. Pardon?
Well, if he is a murderer and you happen to find out, and he's smart enough to have seen through you wearing Warforged disguise, there's a good chance he will see through you finding out that he's a murderer and try to kill you to cover that up, correct? So, probably best if you have someone accompany you. Smile.
Someone nearby wouldn't hurt. At least.
There's a little twitch in Willow's face. They will return to pacing. Sure, yes. I consider that.
You considered that he might murder you?
Willow gives a little like head tip of like
What's the flinch about?
I always assess the risks, kind of head
And
to hilt.
you went along with it anyway?
We're all taking risks. I
Going to church isn't exactly the same.
Well, that remains to be seen.
You
Yeah,
can make a face.
regardless. And that's Luca's shoulder.
You
Going.
don't have to speak for me, and it is dangerous.
I'm not
All
speaking
of this
for
is
you.
dangerous. Well, I thought I'd respond to Luca before you cut in then. It is dangerous. I considered it. I had other ways around it, but I suppose I'm still workshopping, so thank you for your suggestion. I'll take it into account.
It wasn't a suggestion.
Willa gives a face of like, yes, it was. Looks to end now. You were saying?
I was saying that our obvious presence could jeopardize the information you could gather, as you have built a rapport with Warfred. However, having people in the vicinity aware of where you are going is important.
Willa nods. They bring Fish Dog out at this time. I did have ways around it, but we'll discuss it so that everyone is comfortable. Wouldn't want to jeopardize the mission.
You don't have to operate alone.
Evidently. And we are accomplishing good things together.
Exactly. So you might as well keep it up.
That's the plan.
Can I read anything
So-
on that 16 insight about Willow?
Yeah, please.
Yeah.
What did they see?
What do they see? And sees. Willow is quite familiar with these kinds of gambles. They aren't lying when they said they didn't think about the outcomes for themselves. They just have taken it into account in a particular way. And they don't appreciate Luca's offers, or rather insistence, of accompaniment. They've definitely taken into account, but him insisting seems to hit a little bit of a nerve with Willow. But it's kind of easily gone, and I think that nerve is kind of easy to assess. It's just like the "don't tell me what to do" kind of nerve.
Yeah, just like a...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, whatever.
You can suggest. But yeah. But otherwise, there is like a confident sort of familiarity with the danger of the situation.
Mm-hmm. I know that look.
Well,
Birds of a feather. Pigeons of a Peter.
Willow's probably going to look at the clock and be like, I think it's time for sundown service.
So it is. I think that's our cue.
If it's all the same to you both, I think I'd like to have a chat with our employer.
By all means.
About anything in particular?
Willow shrugs. Evidently.
Well, you can fill us in once you're done.
I will.
And nods. I have to meet a pigeon somewhere, so... Salutes.
Do I have any bread in my pockets?
I'm sure you do.
Yeah, Willow's going to...
If I know anything about Willow, Willow definitely has bread in their pockets somewhere.
Do familiars eat? I would know this.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and Willow's going to dig around for a pen and a bread in their pocket, rather, produce it, and then also pull out some flowers and I think hand that to Luca.
What's this?
I don't know. You might find a use for them.
What?
Smiles, pats him on the arm.
Luca,
Make an insight check.
dumbfounded expression as he waddles out with flowers.
Make an insight check to figure out what the hell Willow meant by this.
Oh, well
Maybe they
And
just
can you make an insight check? Huh?
Maybe they just wanted to give you flowers.
You know what? Yes,
That's
I'll
nice.
give it a shot. A little better. I think En's halfway confused about the bread for a moment. It's like, oh, yeah, a bribe. Gotcha. For the pigeon.
No,
For the pigeon.
bribe?
And then the flowers are like, for the temple?
I think looking at them, they're like, I could tell they're morning flowers, right?
Yeah.
Like the memorial flowers, yeah.
Yeah. And that's it. It's like, okay, I could loosely see the connection here. Not quite sure how we're gonna use it.
Yeah, it's like,
Okay, you've given
you
us...
have 2 puzzle pieces, but you don't know how they fit together at all.
Yeah. Willow gives Luca an encouraging clap on the arm anyway.
And off they go.
Can I... I'm just gonna assume I kind of hurt Luca's feelings, but that's okay, we'll deal with that later.
It's not hurt, just confused.
Can I just make like
Earlier.
one more inside check on Willow's general vibe?
Sure, you can do one more check.
One more. Just as I'm leaving. Ugh.
Willow is business oriented. They are focused very hard on this mystery at hand. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Alright.
When you guys
Willow's
walk
gonna
out
go
into one
pick-
wave.
Pick Damon's brain for probably some obscure information that you don't know how it fits together, but probably will make sense later.
Leave him to it, then.
May I ask him this
Yes.
as it closes? Like, he doesn't have
Closer
answer
to
us
the
today.
scene. Okay,
Perhaps.
sure.
Knock knock.
Yep.
At the Damon door.
Damon opens the door. What's up?
Is this a bad time?
Nope. Come on in. Unless you want to stand in the hallway.
No, just like last time. This isn't a hallway conversation. We'll duck in.
Yep. He lets you in.
Not even duck in. Walk in.
Yeah, you should
Their head's
just
kind of
walk
back
on.
there. Yeah.
Walk under his elbow.
Yeah. Yeah. Willow's got like a familiarity, a little bit of a cocky shit vibe about them, I must say.
That's fine.
Yep. Completely different to the last time they entered this room with their tail between their legs.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think. Can I do a quick insight check of the room?
Perception check to check the room, insight check to check Damon.
Can I do both?
Yeah, you can do one after the other. Room looks average. Damon also seems average. I will roll for him, though. He seems to have been, like... He looks a little bit frazzled in the way that somebody who's been reading for hours is a little bit frazzled.
Can I pour him a drink of water? Is there water in here? Table water?
Yes, I'm sure there's water in here.
Yeah, okay. Willow will pour him a water and that way of clean yourself up. Okay. Just in the sense of like I'm expecting you to talk. So here's this.
Yeah. Alright, so what question do you have for me today, Willow Jenkins?
Sir Adantego, let me cut straight to the chase. And Willow will like lean on the table. What do you know about the 13th mark?
Damon's going to make an insight check on you. He does not roll very well. The conspiracy that there was a 13th mark? What about it?
Shrugged.
Why ask that?
Curious.
Come on.
I have my reasons, as you have yours. You haven't told me yours. I won't tell you mine. What do you know?
I know that there was a conspiracy that there used to be a dragon mark that was destroyed long before it was discovered that there were even 12 other marks. We're talking, Old Arenal. But this is largely conjecture. And you'd have to be able to read Aranese to even find about it in the first place. Other references to a 13th mark are cults of the dragon below. That there will be a 13th mark eventually. Or that House Tarkanan, the aberrant dragon mark group, is trying to make one artificially. Can't say I know that much about it.
And perhaps you'd be willing to help me find out?
About the 13th mark. Sure. Why not?
Lulu will give a big smile and clap their hands together, ready for research with Damon.
Unfortunately, that might have to wait a little while because I don't think there's anybody in the neighborhood who would have that kind of information.
Oh, I wouldn't be so sure.
Really now. And we'll cut here to Anne and Luca. You have headed down to the Crown Bay Harbor, where it intersects with the warehouse and manufacturing district of Cooper's Row, to find the Blood of Vol temple that is in Regalport. Sometimes these temples have their own specific names, but this one is just the Blood of Vol temple that is in Regalport. It is an older stone brick building that would be unremarkable among its neighbors, but for the deep red banners that cover the shuttered windows. Layers of curtain separate the outer doors from the inner chambers as you walk in, and Peter the Pigeon swoops down on En's shoulder.
Yeah, I think N is wearing someone different. Not N particular persona, just kind of a random face to be with Luca. It seems like they might be going in with Luca. And then
I think he's undecided. And he might make like a snap decision at the threshold. Like, no, you should.
Yeah.
I don't know, though. What do you think, God? Do you think Luca would like to be alone or accompanied?
And not necessarily gonna stick around you specifically. Doesn't need to. It's up to you. But they do, like, part of this job is to get Peter into that temple, so...
Yeah.
And part
That
of
was
even
the main
Willow's request to N was to say, you're going to accompany Luca to the Blood of Vol. It was a suggestion, but it was there. as an aside. And I believe Anne caught it.
Yeah.
Over bread earlier.
So
Okay then.
if Luca doesn't want N to particularly be around him, they can just go off on their own. But they might also like instruct Peter to keep an eye on what Luca's doing as well as them, like if that's possible. Because like he's with me, he's gonna be asking questions as well. So like we're both.
I'm
I don't know.
imagining you. Okay, yeah. So
I don't know how
I'm
much
in that
instruction
case,
you gotta give this pigeon.
the pigeon has its own instructions. Don't worry.
Cool. I don't have to imagine the pigeon then. Yeah, what are you imagining?
So I'm imagining you're here at sunset, and you're kind of lingering outside. Luca is kind of dragging his heels on actually entering.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, you've seen people go in. You know that it's, like, not locked or anything. You are able to enter. But, here you linger. What do you do?
What should I call you?
Hesper.
Hesper. Shall we stay in touch? And then he taps his head.
The usual way. May as well.
Okay.
All right,
All right, Seeker Luca.
Mr. Hesper.
Nods. Peter.
Luca like scratches the bird gently, like.
It does a little head tilt and lets itself be pet.
Yeah.
Aw.
Okay, that's
A
helping
little
Luca's
ruffle.
mood. That's helping Luca's mood.
It is a very tame pigeon.
Did you feed it the bread?
Why not? When I first encountered it, I'll give it a snack.
Yeah. Yeah, it pecks a little.
That would have helped
And
Luca's
Luca
mood
still
as well.
has flowers. Yeah.
He offers them to the bird briefly. Like, is this what I'm doing?
Oh my god.
He's just gonna offer the flowers to
pigeon.
everyone until something works.
Shows you my Ace Attorney pet.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Exactly.
yeah.
I thought I was thinking of something.
I don't think that's going to have any use here.
The pigeon inspects the flowers, but like, it's a pigeon.
Okay.
Anyway, you enter the temple.
Yes.
There are layers of curtain that separate the outer doors from the inner chambers, ensuring that no errant sunlight comes in. The interior is dark and sparsely furnished, with only flickering light of candles to illuminate the space. Candelabras line the aisle into the central praying space, a circular columned chamber with the lead seeker, a boar-faced shifter, conducting the rite. You've come in kind of at the tail end, but nobody pays you any mind. Where is the divine? Look not to the skies, nor to the depths below, nor even to the distant past or future. Seek the divine within yourselves. For the blood is the life, and in its call can be heard the promise of life eternal. On this eve we reaffirm our bond, as brethren who have chosen to walk along the path of blood and divinity. We shed our blood willingly, and share it freely, and in our faith as community, we strive towards our own ascension. On my blood I do swear, comes the echoing reply. There are fewer people than one might expect, more than the congregation at Salvage, yes, but barely double that number. The Seeker goes around with the little ritual bodkin, shedding the blood into the basin. Do you join and let yourself be pricked?
What do you think, God? I kind of feel like Luca might prefer not, just because he has such a bond with his own. He
Is
might
that-
feel more comfortable doing it only with his own congregation and community.
Yeah.
Yeah, like what's the cultural expectation?
Yeah.
Make an insight check
Yeah.
or a religion check. Okay,
18.
so on an insight check, you know that you will have an easier time talking to people here if you do shed a drop of blood.
Okay. Then I shall.
It's not that you are forced to, because obviously
Yeah.
underline the willingly.
Yeah. This is
Um,
part of my journey.
but it is
So
but it is part.
I will do it willingly.
Yes. Oh. You briefly join the rite, as it is done at sundown. And
I guess N won't. I'm like on the fence because like
yeah,
do it and
You don't
you have an easier time talking to people. Don't do it for multiple other reasons.
I kind of think N wouldn't, like, that's just my first impression of it.
Yeah, I don't think
Yeah.
N will. And also, I think N's kind of playing the role of someone who is new /
new.
curious, more curious than
Yeah.
like devoted yet.
that's fine. You are not forced
Yeah.
to.
So they politely decline.
Yeah.
They didn't
You-
at the salvage
No,
ones,
they didn't.
and that was a much more safe feeling environment. So
Yes.
Yeah.
That is fair. Yeah. Like I said, you are not forced to
Yeah.
partake in the sacrament of blood.
And
but
is just weighing up like the social dynamics at play here.
Yeah.
And what could benefit
Yeah.
them. But Luca's here and Luca's done it, so like that
Yeah.
helps.
That's good enough.
Yeah.
And Luca's also very obviously an ordained seeker, so.
Yeah.
oh, am I?
Yes! You ask us every session! Oh, yeah?
I like hearing it.
No. Okay.
Anyway, the rite concludes. The spilled blood is poured into a container of dark pine. Luca, make a religion check.
There. 2.
You have no idea what that's
Wow.
for, but I guess they're putting the blood in there.
Wait, no. Can I?
You can have advantage. I think, like,
Yeah.
you think
Oh, okay.
harder about, like, your lessons with Seeker Elsa.
Well, fuck me.
And then you start thinking about Seeker Elsa and how much you love Seeker Elsa. Can I make a religion check? I've been hanging out with Seeker Elsa.
No, I don't think you would know this.
Okay.
Can I use my inspiration to go again? Should I go again? Is
You
this the kind
can.
of thing?
Maybe
Is
there's
it
another
worth
reason
it?
why you're missing it. Maybe there's another reason why you're missing it.
Maybe you can
Wait.
ask about it.
Yeah,
Maybe I can ask about it.
Let's send your...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Can I get advantage? Rolls a 0.
No, you can't.
Absolutely.
The dice have spoken.
Yeah, I'm gonna take this as a fail. Okay, I don't know what it is.
It's a wooden container full of blood.
Yep. Just like me.
You're wooden?
Well, I used to be.
Okay,
Now I'm
Pinocchio. Let's keep going.
The rite concludes. People slowly filter out. Some of them talk to the boar-faced seeker, who you learn from overhearing that his name is Seeker Torg.
Mhm.
And there appears to be a second seeker who is managing more of the side things, has not taken charge. A pale androgynous elf with short shorn hair in the background.
I think, and is like, as the congregation is kind of shifting, they're taking in the sight of the people and trying to pick out if there's anyone of note among the congregation and the seekers and etc.
Yeah,
Sure,
do we
make-
happen to see Stanislav or Vaelia?
Make a perception check if you're looking out for particular faces.
I think it's
Yeah.
like equally like looking out for particular faces, but also looking out for people that maybe remind of the Emerald Claw or Farlman, you know?
Okay.
Extending
You can see the
association.
colors.
Yes. So perception?
May I as well, God?
Yeah,
Yeah.
you can both make perception checks.
Nice.
Oh. Okay.
Hell yeah.
15.
Not bad, both
Pretty
of you.
good. Pretty good. Cool. So, among the congregation, these are mostly residents and partly travelers looking for like sort of familiar things. Most of the travelers here seem to be like Karnath extraction originally, some from the just like western coast. You do not spot anybody in particular here from Falnan, which is an indication of its own. That is meaningful on its own. The absence of something is still information.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I will say that N, on a nat 20 perception, you notice the two seekers briefly confer with each other, and then the elven seeker takes the vessel of spilled blood and moves it towards the back of the building. Give me an insight check.
Okay. Another nat 20!
Shit.
This is something that they are
Nice.
supposed to be doing. They are taking this to somebody superior.
Oh.
But this is like a normal.
Somebody. Yes, this is a
Ritual.
normal thing. This is a normal ritual thing, but you do know that there is somebody even higher than these two seekers, the elf and the boar shifter, who is in charge of
Okay.
this place.
Okay. Can I watch where they
and I'm
go?
gonna say, and I'm gonna say on a 21 insight, considering the way that this temple is set up, considering the spilling of blood and the storing it in a particular vessel, it is likely that whoever is in charge here, has the highest authority here, is possibly sentient undead.
Oh.
Okay.
I smelled that.
Okay then.
So,
Yeah, I think then I kind of just watch where they're going, try and figure out where this higher up might be within the temple.
yeah.
Just casually.
I think, like, because you got 2 nat 20s in a row, you can basically figure out, okay, there are crypts under this temple. That is likely where this sentient undead, who is averse to sunlight, which not all undead are, and requires blood of some kind to sustain themselves.
Blood is life,
Uh,
man.
Yeah, sorry, I forgot.
Yeah, bro.
Okay, guys.
It's so late.
Okay.
My oos.
Stop it.
It's my favorite thing.
Get back into it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Vampires?
So-
What?
Is N relaying this information to me
I think so, yeah.
in our brain pockets?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you do another check?
For what?
I don't know. And it's like
It's on
scan
a
the
roll.
entire room.
Make
Yeah.
it 3. Make it 3 for 3.
God. I had 3 dirty 20s
You
earlier.
did. You did. No, I'm just like, I wonder if prompting.
Ed
like
is
a-
on a roll today.
Yeah,
Hell yeah.
shit.
You've had some rolls, but you
Yeah.
haven't had any huge stinkers and a lot of good ones. So anyway.
It's a huge stinkers in line of sight of Lucas 0.
Listen, yesterday was real bad, and I'm wheeling it right around into business because that's what we do around here.
Pivot.
Can someone get a screenshot of
None of
that?
that.
Negative
will.
0 next to that 21.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
I will. I'm doing it right now.
Thank you.
Okay. So, anyway, considering that you are a newly ordained seeker, this is your first time here, it is very reasonable for you guys, or to just be here to ask questions, like about the faith, or anything else.
Yeah. If Luca wants to ask his questions on his own and can break off.
So yes, there are 2 seekers that you could approach. Seeker Torg, the boar-faced shifter seeker, and the other one, the elf. And it is possible that you could ask them if you are able to meet with their superior, which you know exists.
I was gonna ask Zeke, is there something I could do that could get me access to that person, like, quickly? That I would know?
You can ask to consult with them. I don't think there's anything, like... I can't think of anything, like, super specific that would do
You
it.
can't wink and turn 3 times and you get secret access.
No, it's like... If they, like, you know, when you want to do a confessional, you have to do it with a certain member of the church. I'm wondering if there's anything like that that I might be able to do.
I think you could ask somebody, like, to consult on your oath, or, like, consult for, like, seek advice, basically, on, like, hey, what should I do?
Yeah.
I have this oath, I have these problems. Do you have any insights?
You have encountered a lot of problems.
Yeah, it's like there are diviners, like consulting the blood is a thing that you can do. Asking somebody to consult the blood to like
Can I let Ed go first while I consider? Because I'm quite I'm trying to like okay. Is that okay with you, En?
I guess.
While you're on a roll, you may as well keep rolling.
I guess it has to be. Yeah, what do I want to do here? Ask questions, yes, but to who? So the elfin one has wandered off.
Yeah, temporarily. They will come back shortly, so. But yeah, so there's the boar.
The boar is here, and there's no one else that's caught my eye that seems interesting to approach at the moment.
Yeah.
Well, me sitting in the back like, can I tuck somewhere to activate detect thoughts without getting kicked out of this church?
Roll a stealth check.
I guess I'm just looking. So just looking around. I'm going to look for a place to tuck myself that wouldn't be seen, but I'm trying to do it casually, so it doesn't seem sus.
Just stand at a window and stare out of it.
I'm gonna say I'll let your perception check ride. Yeah, there is an alcove that you could tuck into. That, or like between the curtains, that you could do that.
Nice.
Maybe Luca casually walks in, running interference with his giant body.
Thanks, Luca. Yeah, I think ends on some bullshit, so they might.
Okay, roll a stealth check.
Attempt that.
Nice.
Good enough.
Pretty good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
All right.
You are quite sure that you were not perceived casting your detect thought spell.
Cool. All right. Now I'll casually bust out of the alcove, and I guess I'm gonna approach Torg.
Mm-hmm.
So what's on his, their, her mind?
His mind.
His mind.
He is sort of just like his surface thoughts, as far as you can tell, are just about like general to do things. Like he's just clearing up the things. He notices you, obviously, like as you are approaching, and says, like, is like, oh, I don't recognize this person, but I do see that they are with another seeker that I also don't recognize. So maybe this is a new convert.
Cool.
Greetings. How can I help you?
Greetings, seeker. I'm sure you've noticed already, but I'm kind of new to the congregation, to the faith overall. Honestly, I was wondering if I could take a minute of your time to ask some questions.
Of course. He is like, you hear his surface thoughts of like, oh, this seems like a very nervous person. I don't know if I'm the best person to handle this, but if they are curious, I can at least, like,
give it the old college try.
Yeah.
Oh, Sika.
That's actually quite cute.
He's a big boar, and I'm probably not much larger than usual end sized, so...
Yeah. He is shorter than Luca, but, like, that's not saying much. Most people are shorter than Luca.
Yeah, except Damon.
So.
He's an exception.
It's because he's a dragon. But anyway.
I suppose, first I'd be curious, is this a normal, what would you call it, ceremony? For the Blood of Bolivian report?
We do regularly perform the Sacrament of Blood, yes. Though it is not, let's just say, clockwork or anything like that. This was just a small service, I would say. There are other more special occasions, practiced infrequently, where one might be obliged to shed more blood or partake in the ritual drinking of blood to receive divine revelations and connect with other faithful.
Ah, yes, I see. Is that, yeah?
You overhear his thoughts of like, also we have a vampire in the back room. Basically.
Thanks.
Okay.
That is like that is the shape of his thoughts is like, also we have somebody who does need to drink blood on a pretty regular basis, so we do perform the sacrament more often than not, but I'm not going to say that outright.
That's fair.
Subtext.
That's fair.
It's just like he said, like, we sometimes drink blood to receive divine revelations. Are you cool with that?
Yeah, and just kind of nods, like they're considering it. It's very even and neutral, not just like abhorred by it. You're good there. Is this the usual size of your congregation?
More or less, yes.
Even on those special days?
Well, I think we have perhaps some more who show up on the more special occasions, yes.
Makes sense.
I think he's going to roll an insight check on you. Make a persuasion check. Let me go find just a temporary
19.
character sheet. Ooh, good. This is an insight check.
Oh.
You seem very convinced. You are very convincing.
Yeah.
He's got other things on his mind, which
like
is
the
to
vampire
say,
in the back room.
no, like, it's not even the vampire in the back room. The vampire in the back room is a known fact. That is normal business as usual. It's like, oh yes, the car in the garage.
Yeah, that's
One
fair.
that drinks blood. Yeah.
Blood and oil
Yeah.
are basically the same thing.
More or
They
less.
Anyway.
keep you going.
He is more thinking about like just like regular boring temple upkeep, like some of the
Did I
curtains
pay
have
the
been
rent?
moth-eaten. Like some of the curtains need dry cleaning, you know?
Need
Need to sanitize the bodkin so nobody gets like a secondary infection.
I'm glad he's thinking of that. That's
No, it's really
nice.
good.
Yeah.
This man has very normal thoughts.
Yeah, I didn't really expect anything else, but you know. Let's see. So your fellow seeker there, I saw them taking the bowl into and gestures where they left.
Yes. That is normal.
Yeah, is it impolite to ask what becomes of the blood after it's taken away like that?
Well, it is preserved for ritual use. In some temples, there are champions who sustain themselves on the donated blood of the faithful.
And nods. Any other rituals of note? Beyond, of course, the ones you've already mentioned.
Well, we do keep undead servants, and we do perform funerary rites for those faithful. There are some weddings sometimes. Obviously, anybody who converts to the faith will receive a blessing upon their conversion.
And kind of perks a bit and nods. There are undead servants here now?
Oh yes, we mostly keep them downstairs. They or out of sight. Many people, even here in multicultural Regalport, are uncomfortable at the sight of undead servants.
Yeah, I can understand that. I'm focusing on his thoughts. Is he thinking anything about what was in the news? What happened?
Have they recently lost any of their undead?
Yeah.
Not in particular. It seems that this is not his line of work.
Can
Though,
I listen in on who is?
Though, as that happens, the other seeker comes back upstairs, and Torque says, if you are curious about the undead servants, my fellow seeker here, Seeker Islay, works more with maintaining the back of the house.
Oh, if I may, if it's not too much trouble. And is already shifting their magic to this other seeker.
Seeker Islay is an androgynous elf. They sort of perk slightly in surprise and says, "Oh, yes, of course. Hi, hello, I am Seeker Islay. How may I help you?"
Hi. I'm obviously I'm not a seeker myself. I'm new to the faith and curious, and was just wondering if you'd have time to answer some questions.
Oh, yes, of course. I believe so. Thank you. Yes. How may I help you?
Just let Tor go then.
Yeah.
Luca wants
Torg
to talk
says,
to him.
Yeah. Torg nods. It's like, let me know if you have any other questions. I will be attending to my own duties for now.
Thank you, I
He just
appreciate
sort of
it.
moves around. He is like basically going to like sweep.
Good
Maybe
for him.
like check some candles, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Mundane chores.
If you can't find anyone else to give flowers to, please just give them to him.
Oh.
Okay. Give me an insight check with advantage on Seeker Islay because you are reading their surface thoughts.
Okay.
Oh my lord, N!
Nice. Okay. So, you have a certain degree of experience of like what kind of genres of people there are. There are some people that are very resolute and like would push back if you push them. Seeker Islay is not one of those people. They are very mild and like very soft spoken. And I'm gonna say on a 19 insight, you can't help this. You can't help but catch the vibe of easily manipulated.
Yeah.
no.
Playful is the only word that was occurring to me. Gosh. Islay.
Ha.
They did it. They didn't want to, but they did it.
What questions do you ask? And Luca, what, if anything, are you
I will
talking
help
about?
the seeker with whatever chores they might be doing.
You have to ask to help first.
Well, yeah, but that will be how I...
Okay.
Yeah, we can
the
swap over to
conversation.
Luca for a minute because you just presented me
Yeah.
with a slab of meat and I need to figure out how I'm going to devour it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
Like
boy,
that little
Islay.
kitten in that video with like the amplified sound. That's how I feel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I imagine, what was his name? I've already forgotten.
Torg.
Torg.
See,
Okay. I imagine he's like dusting curtains and Luca comes over and just starts smacking them with his arm.
Can I help you, Seeker?
Ah, yes. Actually, I was going to offer to help you.
Well, I do not believe we have met before. I am Seeker Torg, and you are...
Seeker Luca.
Pleasure to make your acquaintance. Are you new in Regalport? Where from do you hail?
A small town, a few days' travel south.
You're lying, by the way.
Yes.
This is not true. Okay,
Yes.
so make a deception check.
Why are you lying, bro?
22.
Well, at least you
My
tried well.
goodness. Okay, yeah. It's just like, I see. Well, I was not aware that we had seekers so far. Inland.
Our faith is stretched far and wide, as you can imagine.
Quite. What brings you here to
Divinity
Regalport?
finds everyone who seeks it. Just work at the moment, but there seems to be some unrest that is keeping me here a little longer than I would have liked.
Well, I hope you find that the temple here in Regalport can provide you with some comfort and familiarity.
It has been a great comfort, even being here for such a short time.
I'm glad to hear it. Do let me know if there's any way we can help you other than simply conducting our services.
I will, thank you. I must admit I've been struggling with some difficulties these past few days. Being around those who understand me better than most has been helpful.
Yes, well, what concerns you?
It is difficult to speak of. I wonder, is
I
there
understand.
back in my congregation we had someone who was specifically trained for dealing with these sorts of difficulties with our oaths. I'm wondering if there's someone here like that I might speak with.
Ah, I see. An oath is giving you trouble. Yes. We have a blood-sworn seeker. I can ask blood-sworn seeker Nereus if he would be willing to converse with you. He is a martyred champion.
of our faith.
Uh,
I am sure he would have much insight to give you.
if he could make time, I would be very appreciative.
Of course, please follow me.
Thank you.
And Secret Torg leads you through a door and down some stairs into the crypts.
Mm.